Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
moves in now, bowls. And his first delivery concedes 4 through a splendid shot through extra cover. So a reverse sweep which is effective, produced 4 more runs.
Oh, that's a lovely pull shot there by Fletcher Middleton. Behind square on the leg side. There is a man out square. It's gone well to his right. Beautiful shot.
This is driven away. Nice looking stroke by Albert going up towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's very well timed. He has started extremely well here this morning. 58 for no wicket, as that one is a leg glance and a nice stroke. It was a delivery that was ill-directed by Umesh Yadav there. Up to the wicket, he bowls, and there's an appeal for Obidori out! Well, there you go. That plan worked. Goodness me.
Decent bit of pitch in front of him because Harmer has to bowl it straight. Oh, he's caught. First ball caught in the gully. That's a sharp chance.
As Walter bowls, and that's a short ball, and Vince latches onto it and pulls it away for 4. Yes, there's usually only going to be 1 outcome.
That's pushed through a little bit quicker, but over-pitched, and that is 4. Down to long on. Bowls gives it a bit more air, and it's gone hard, high, and crosses the boundary, having bounced 1.
Lovely shot over mid on James Vince.
That was a good shot.
That is gone for 6 in the slot.
No. Bowled him now, and Essex do have their 3rd wicket before lunch.
Chris has been expensive a little bit. There's Vince gone again. Now he's got underneath that. This could be out caught somewhere around mid off. 2 players are converging on it, and it's caught at mid off. There's a sweep shot there. It's in the air and it's caught at backward of square leg, and Dawson succumbs. Harmer picks up his 3rd wicket. This is a difficult situation for him. He slaps it away on the offside. 4 runs through extra cover. Well, that's a nice looking shot.
Here's Harmer bowls, and that's a sweep shot, which is very well played actually. Reverse sweep. That's about as good an execution of that shot as you could see actually there from Tom Prest. Harmer bowls, another reverse sweep, and again pretty well played. This is going for another 4 out to the backward point boundary. Lovely execution.
Harmer flighted, pulled away by Prest. That's gone in front of square. That'll be 4. Too short there from Harmer. He just sort of hung the ball in the air and it just sort of stood up waiting to be hit. That's off the pad. Caught short leg. No, he's not. He's got an inside edge, and Ben Brown just looks up in the air.
Oh, and that goes through Simon Harmer. I hasten to add along the ground, so it wasn't a chance. And that's worked away on the onside for 4 runs. Yes, it evades the backward square leg there by quite a long way. And that brings up Prest's 50 runs.
This is hit by Barker, and that's a good clean hit. That's going between deep square leg and long on, and that's gone for 4. Cook bowls, and Barker with a little deft flick sends that one down to the very fine 3rd man boundary for 4. It was a very high class stroke. He just waited for it. Cook bowling, and that's hit in the air by Barker. He's going to be caught at mid wicket. It's a straightforward catch going into Walter's hands, and he's out.
He goes for the slog sweep. That's a repeat of last year. It's in the air. It could be out caught at mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and he's gone. Harmer comes in and bowls. Prest goes for the big one down the ground over deep mid on. Is it? I think it is. It's gone all the way for 6. Harmer comes in and bowls to Tom Prest. Prest goes big over. Oh, that's going to be 6. Oh, that's a bigger shot this time. And that means that Hampshire have saved the follow-on. And Tom Prest is getting tantalisingly close to a first-class 100. He drives harsh past Harmer. This could be 4. Down toward deep mid-off, and it is. And he's on to 99. Bowls. Prest is hammering it away on the leg side, and that will be his 100. Man, listen to the cheer. That's mainly from the Hampshire dressing room, and that is 100 for the 20-year-old who raises his bat. My word, that'll be some relief. We've waited for that for so long at Hampshire. We know he's a good player. Didn't always show it early on in the championship when he had a little run of a couple of games, but he's back. And that is a very, very well-deserved 100.
also be on the 5 Sports Extra as well during the day. Also available online via the BBC Sport website and app. This is Nick Ledhill here with Kevin James and Victoria Polly on the final day of the championship season at Chelmsford. So it's the last day in the penultimate round of championship matches. One more round to go for both these sides next week. The game very, very intriguingly poised at this point. On the whole, yesterday was a pretty good day for Hampshire, as they fought back after losing some wickets in a bit of a cluster just before the lunch break to get to 322 for 8 with a maiden 100 for Tom Prest, who's still there on 102. With him, Kyle Abbott on 8, 322 for 8. Hampshire still have, what a good 25 overs to potentially get up to 400, but if they did get that far, it would take a significant amount of time out of the game. The lead for Essex is currently 125, and obviously we'll be keeping a close eye particularly on what's going on at the Oval, where Surrey had a good end to the day before the rain arrived. 158 for 6 with Ben Folkes and Jamie Overton, with a very important 7th wicket partnership there, but they are still 199 behind Northants going into the final day. Good morning to Kevin.
Yeah, morning, Nick. Well, what a lovely day for a start.
Yep.
I think we're set for a whole day, and who knows what might happen today. I think, first of all, the feeling in the Hampshire camp is that they have batted unbelievably well. I think they were saying to me that when you look back at some of the scores here this year for the opposition, they think that innings has been right up there this season. So they're absolutely ecstatic about the situation that they find themselves in. It was not easy yesterday at all, and if you add to that the fact that it wasn't easy in the field for them as well, this has been a particularly tough 3 days for them.
Yep, they did very well, and I think they just fine-tuned their approach, was the phrase I used, after lunch, and just eliminated a little bit of risk, but found the middle ground and were able to prosper. As Kevin was saying, it's a lovely morning, and actually the forecast yesterday was pretty much spot on again, but for the fact that actually we had so much heavier rain than expected in the late afternoon, early evening. But actually they were planning a restart yesterday late afternoon, but another shower arrived, and that basically meant there was no chance, and it proved the right decision because it then rained very heavily around about 6 o'clock. But a different situation this morning. We've got blue sky, a little bit of wispy high cloud, and the BBC forecast for Chelmsford is favourable, with nothing even by way of showers on the forecast at the moment. So I think it would be good to get through an entire day without the threat of weather for once in this game. And we got light winds as well.
I know, we've got the windows open, yeah. Now, I obviously there's been lots of chat, not just on this ground, but elsewhere, about whether the game will be set up here. My understanding is that Hampshire will try and bat as long as they can here. My understanding is that there hasn't been much of a chat yet, and Hampshire feel that the longer they bat here, the more they can control a calculation later on in the day. They don't particularly want to be batting out for a draw here with people around the bat, so they want to bat as long as they can this morning.
And 322 for 8. Obviously Essex, by contrast, will want to take these 2 wickets as quickly as they can, as the first delivery of the morning is sent down by Sam Cook, and it's played competently enough by Kyle Abbott up into the offside. We're only in the 86th over, so that means that Hampshire have a shot of getting to 400 in 110, which of course Essex didn't manage. And that would give them 4 batting points. So they obviously do have points still to play for. Essex need 1 more to get their 3rd and final bowling point. And we'll just give you the situation at the top of the table in a moment as Cook bowls, and that's just steered away for a single by Abbott down towards 3rd man. That's Hampshire up and running this morning, 323 for 8. So far the gap at the start between Surrey and Essex was 18 points. So far Essex have taken in this match 3 batting points and 2 bowling points, and Surrey at the moment just have the 3 bowling points that they got when they bowled Northants out. Well, it took a lot longer to do that, of course, than they were originally anticipating it would. So what we now wait to see is how many batting points Surrey, if any, are going to get, because They were looking like getting none at all. Now they might get some at 158 for 6, but of course 250 is the mark for the first point. Now that was just Cook finishing off an over, and now, not surprisingly, it's going to be Harmer from the river end, who may well be bowling from the river end, certainly while Hampshire are batting for much of proceedings today. They've got a slip and a leg slip and a short leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-off, a backward point, and there are 3 men on the leg side boundary in front of us, as that one is just turned round the corner nicely by Abbott. Just slightly back of a length delivery from Harmer, bit of bounce but negotiated well, and that's a single to take the score to 324 for 8. Abbott to 10. He's got the 2 runs that have been scored this morning. So a lovely morning actually, bright blue sky, but just a little bit of high wispy cloud, but mainly blue sky at the moment as Harmer bowls, and that one is a good one, which beats Prest on the forward push outside the off stump. So Kevin James there, who's just gone to do an update for Sonant listeners, suggesting not too much by way of negotiation. So I was thinking, as Harmer bowls, and this is just played away up towards mid-wicket, that there might have been a case for Hampshire getting to 350, and if they got there to declare, even if it meant depriving Essex of a bowling point, and that would have given Essex a lead of 100, which would have been plenty to work with, as here this is just played again from the crease up into the onside, and once again there's no run, and Prest remains on 102. It was a superb maiden century in Championship cricket, and it was had the approval of Tom Wesley, I can tell you, at the end of yesterday, as here is a reverse sweep, beautifully played. That's a lovely shot. He's just swept that on length, reverse sweep, deft little shot, and 4 away to the backward point boundary, and Hampshire advanced to 328 for 8. Remember, Essex made 447 for 9 declared. So only in the 87th over, so Hampshire potentially, if they can carry on batting, could have 400 as a potential target inside 110 overs, which would give them 4 of the available batting points.
If I'm honest, Nick, I don't think bonus points are in the equation for Hampshire. It's turned away on the leg side. I think it is all about, as I understand it, Hampshire batting as long as they can this morning, and then if and when there are some calculations and a run chase to be negotiated, I think they feel the longer they bat this morning, then they hold a few more cards and a bit more of an upper hand.
Yeah, points could be useful, of course. Every point could be useful in the final analysis, particularly if Warwickshire were to win today, but we'll see. And 328 for 8, Abbott 10 and Prest 106. Lovely, don't know if you saw it, but a lovely shot by Prest, just the sort of reverse sweep against Harmer.
Yeah, carrying on where he left off. I just hope, I saw him this morning, I just said, I hope you get as big a runs as you can today. Make that 100 a biggie. Here comes Cook, right arm over, bowls. Abbott's bowled, off stump, out of the ground, rolls back. There's the first wicket of the morning. And Abbott goes 4-10 and Hampshire 328 for 9.
Well, that will move things along because, of course, the other part of the equation, Essex wrap up this innings quickly, and with Sam Cook having 5 deliveries of Mohammed Abbas now, there's a fair chance that that is indeed what might happen, and arguably that would be good for the game in terms of moving it along. It certainly would be what Essex would want, and that's just what Essex would have liked very early on this final morning. A stubborn effort there, which certainly played its part, but good delivery from Sam Cook, just proving a little bit too much, and 328 for 9, and Kyle Abbott, he played his part there, but he makes his way off for 10, 328 for 9, and Mohammed Abbas coming out to join Tom Prest, and he's got to get through the rest of this Sam Cook over, or see if he can find a way of getting a single.
Yeah, I just watched the replay on that. Actually, it was a huge inside edge.
Really?
That ball was actually outside off stump, and Abbott playing a little bit away from his body, inside edge, and the ball deviated into the stumps. So Hampshire looking to bat long this morning. Well, that's not the best of starts. Added 2 to his overnight total, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, but I say from the game's point of view, in terms of increasing the likelihood of a result, it may not be the worst thing, but I understand Hampshire's thinking of wanting to get as close to the Essex score as possible.
So it is Mohammed Abbas, who his first class average with the bat is 6. So I'll let you work out how long he may or may not stick around. Here's Cook bowls. Abbas plays nicely out to backward a point, and there's no run.
So 328 for 9, lead of 119. That's still a pretty useful lead to build on if Essex can snap up Abbas early here. And that would maybe, if things went well this morning, put them in a position around about lunchtime where they could consider a declaration, but they've got to get the wicket first.
Here's Cook from the Hayes close end, runs towards us and bowls. Abbas is pushing forward, that's up towards mid-on. Another thing I was sort of chatting about before the start of play, that you'll notice, though, I'm sure you've noticed, Nick, that there was a few extra photographers around.
Yes.
At the bottom of the steps where the Essex players walk out.
Well, Mohammed Abbas coming out, they got you.
Well, of course.
Them,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's always good to get a photo of him with bat in hand. But they were there before the start, and of course everybody knows, and there's been lots of chat about what Alistair Cook may or may not do. It's quite an interesting couple of scenarios that were coming out of that chat. It's a lovely cut shot past third slip, and that's going for 4. Lovely placement there from Mohammed Abbas, off the mark. 332 for 9.
Yeah, he rode the bounce well there, didn't he? Nice stroke.
Was. Now, to consider this, Nick, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let's just say, for once, in this instance, that Alistair Cook is planning to retire this season. Okay? Now, would he want to do it at Northampton? Probably not. Would he want to do it here? Probably.
Yeah, I mean...
So that's an interesting one.
Strangely, if Essex won the title at Northampton, it would be of historical importance because they did that in '79.
There you are. Now, let's just say that he might not have wanted to announce his retirement at Northampton and wanted to do it here, but what's happening with Surrey has maybe just muddied his plans. As Cook bowls, Abbas in behind at that one, plays it back to the bowler. So that's an interesting one, isn't it?
It is. I mean, obviously, it will be a strange sort of mix of feelings when he comes out today, because obviously no one will quite know whether they're seeing him at Chelmsford for the last time. But I'm sure there will be some recognition from the crowd, just in case. In fact, he's just walked back to pick up a helmet and throw it to Adam Rossington.
So it could be that he was expecting Surrey to do well against Northampton,
which I think most people.
And then Essex going into the last game not able to win the championship. So he maybe planned to announce his retirement at the end of this game.
If that is his intention, of course.
So that is an interesting one scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course, assuming
that Surrey haven't helped him.
Yeah,
Surrey haven't helped him at all. Here's Cook, because of course Essex could go to next week to Northampton with a chance of actually winning the title. That's pushed out on the offside. Could have taken a single. They don't. End of the over.
You'll have to pass a message on to Dan Lawrence and a word of admonishment to his new employers that they need to back up their ideas next year and not disrupt his. But well, obviously we don't know. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. 332 for 9. Yeah, it's a lovely day, and I say the crowd is, I would say, not that far down. I'm always looking at the sort of top of the Tom Pierce stand for a sort of guide in terms of the members. It's not that far down on yesterday, and there's a decent scattering of spectators in the public seats. But of course, it is the last day of the game. But it is a very interesting one, and we might get. I thought we might just get a few in because it could be a very pivotal day. So it might be that a few more will come in as time proceeds, particularly if there's an indication that there's a game on. There's nothing like that, is there, to sort of whet the appetite. But 332 for 9, and Harmer bowled a flatter one and a pull shot down towards deep backward square leg is not going to produce a single because Tom Prest has decided that he's not going to risk Mohammed Abbas facing 5 deliveries.
No, it's all about batting time. It's not about runs here. It's just taking time out of the game.
Yeah, 106 for Prest, and he just comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I mean, what's making it easy now for Tom Prest is he's facing Simon Harmer with nobody around the bat. I mean, that's heaven.
That's interesting.
Honestly, you absolutely dream of that.
Yes, that's a good spot. Just some short mid-wicket and everybody else back. And here he goes on the reverse sweep, and there's a half shout from Harmer.
He's miles outside off stump.
Yeah.
Miles.
But just a short mid-wicket, and actually nobody else in a one-saving position at all, which you very rarely see with Harmer bowling at Chelmsford. Obviously, they want Prest to take the single anywhere that he wants. 332 for 9, that's the reason. And it's played off the back foot, just up into the covers, and there's no run. Well, Hampshire should at least get, they'll get to 350 in 110 overs, I think, if they bat that long. But maybe, as you say, they're not too worried about the 400. 332 for 9.
Yeah, he's got to look to take the single now. He's going to have to risk a bass.
Yeah.
Facing at least one delivery, and Essex know this, so they're now going to change the field.
We've had 4 deliveries.
Yeah.
So a day of tension all round here. Surrey have lost a wicket. They've lost Jamie Overton for 51, and that breaks the partnership. 163 for 7, Folkes is 35. Remember, they need 250 for a batting point. 332 for 9. Harmer bowls, just play from the crease up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that is the 5th ball of the over. Maybe he might sort of, Mohammed Abbas did okay in that last over against the seam bowling. So,
I agree. If they're going to have to stay at the ends, they're out. This is the one. So it's not the end of the world if he doesn't get a single, but
the preference would be
better too.
Yeah. So he might have to play against the turn into that huge gap on the offside. What will he do? He does try that with the reverse sweep, and he actually does it. He doesn't execute it perfectly, but he executes it well enough to get it down to third man for the single. That was well done by Tom Prest, because that was the obvious gap on the offside, and the shot that perhaps was the most likely was the reverse sweep that we've seen so many times against Harmer from Hampshire batsmen in this match. And it paid off. 107 to Prest, keeps the strike. 333 for 9. Essex made 447 for 9.
Yeah, see, there's another benefit there. It's a top edge. There would normally be somebody at backward point. That would have gone straight down their throat, but with the field scattered, it's perfectly safe. I mean, how much easier is it to play Simon Harmer with the field that Tom Prest is facing?
Well, it's been almost into one-day game territory, except for, of course, this is a used pitch, which is still assisting him. I doubt there'll be that field later on this afternoon when the Hampshire second innings is played.
No, Essex will still be happy if they get Hampshire out in the first half hour here.
Yes.
They'll still be happy. They've got plenty of time to rack up some runs and put Hampshire under pressure. So it's important that Hampshire bat as long as they can. How long have they batted so far? Nearly 15 minutes. They would want a bit more than that. Here's Cook. Field scattered for Prest. Prest gets a length ball, plays it back to the bowler.
So, yeah, that's a good bit of news for Essex early on. That big partnership broken at the Oval. They took the score from 79 for 6 to 163 before Jamie Overton went to Jack White, his 3rd wicket, 3 for 35. Of course, another key figure there is the follow-on figure of 214.
Cook in the sunshine. Prest works it away on the onside. Could take a single, doesn't.
I was hearing, reading a couple of the articles yesterday, and I saw one suggestion that possibly it might end up at the Oval with Surrey telling Northants that they've got to set them 260 overs, but I just cannot believe it would be completely against the spirit of the game for that to happen. I know it happened in the last Northants game, but the big difference there was that Warwickshire were on top throughout. This is a completely different situation, so I just do not see that happening.
Really?
I just can't believe that they'd accept. I can't believe they'd accept that.
Here's Cook bowls. What do Northants do? Just accept that they're going to be.
Well, but they make them follow on and try and bowl them out. And they might do that. That's what I'd like to see. I think from an Essex point of view.
I think if you're in Northants' situation, you'll take anything that's offered, because otherwise you're just waiting to be relegated.
If you like, that is the sort of nightmare scenario at the bottom of the draw for Essex today. And I just read that and thought, oh no, surely not that. Not can't happen. Anything. This is the sort of day when anything can happen. Probably will.
Could be an exciting day, actually.
Yes.
Both here and at the Oval.
Middlesex might even get a score as well. They need to save the match against Warwickshire. 102 for 1, 92 behind. 9 wickets left.
Field comes in a bit more now as we run through the over. Prest comes down the wicket, tries to heave that away, gets a inside edge, goes down to fine leg. And that is the 4th ball of the over, I think. Just double checking. Yes, it is. So Mohammed Abbas will have to face 2 balls from Cook, and Prest moves on to 108. He's added 6 to his overnight total.
Yep, played one very nice shot off Simon Harmer, but obviously looking to take as much of a strike as he possibly can. Somerset looking to try and bowl Kent out twice in the day, but they made a good start. Declared at 404 for 4 and Kent 8 for 1. But you would have thought that's unlikely, given the way that Taunton pitch has been playing. I see that Tom Kohler-Cadmore, a blitz of 68 in 31 balls to celebrate his England call-up.
There's a bit of an in-out field here for Abbas. Short ball. Abbas ducks quite low there, actually. Doesn't get up too high. There is a short leg, there is 2 slips, but there's a few fielders scattered trying to encourage him to take a single, but with 1 ball coming up, they will still keep the same field, I would have thought.
Yep.
Trying to encourage him, but he won't, of course. I mean, I'd be very surprised.
He's doing okay at the moment, Abbas.
Yeah. Just every over that ticks by is quite important from a Hampshire point of view. As I was saying earlier, that Hampshire want to bat as long this morning as they can, expecting some sort of contrived result, although Essex will feel there's enough time left in the game, as that's pushed away comfortably on the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 3:34 for 9. But yeah, Hampshire want to bat long if they can, which means that any negotiations work a bit more in their favour, but I would say there's almost too much time left today. If they're bowled out pretty soon, Essex will feel they can get quite a long way ahead.
Yeah, and we're looking to...
Was that Everton's wicket on the live picture feed? Caught behind?
Yeah, it's...
At the Oval?
He was... Let's have a little look. He
Caught
was caught by Karen Nair, so I don't know where Karen Nair fields.
Yeah, just looked up, actually. It was there off Jack White, I think it was.
Yep, 3 wickets for Jack White, 163 for 7. Keep an eye on that Surrey score for you throughout the day. And here is Harmer bowling from the river end, and that one just turns gently and is played by Prest, who's at the right end from Hampshire's point of view. There's a long single to deep mid-wicket, which he turns down. So again, we've got this field of just the mid-wicket and everybody else on the boundary, with Prest facing Harmer.
I mean, how is Harmer going to get Prest out now? I mean, he's got everybody deep. Prest isn't going to risk it. If he brought 1 or 2 in, Prest might be tempted.
He bowls that ball that Shane Warne bowled to Mike Gatting, I guess. That's all he can do. This is a nice little slog sweep, but again, it's just going to be out towards deep mid-wicket. And it's one of those situations where the fielders can take their time because they know that there's going to be no attempt at a single, which is duly what happens. 3:34 for 9.
Take a chance, bring deep mid-wicket up.
Here's Harmer again. Bowled Prest. Oh, Prest is stumped. He went down the pitch. We were thinking about how he might get out, and he went down the pitch looking to loft that one towards us, actually, in the commentary box over long on. And Adam Rossington, who missed a tough stumping chance earlier in the innings, has pulled off a smart one there. And Hampshire have been bowled out relatively quickly on this final morning. Tom Prest's excellent innings ends. Perhaps, you know, he obviously played the one sort of type of shot which was likely to perhaps give him a big risk of getting out, and that's exactly what happened. He goes for 108. Mohammed Abbas is left on 4, and Simon Harmer has a 6-wicket haul, and that is a good start to the day for Essex, who lead by 113. Harmer 6 for 149 in 38 overs and 3 balls.
Well, that's a real shame, actually, because that looked to me premeditated from Tom Prest. He'll get a good hand. Interesting comments from Tom Wesley, and he gets a round of applause from some of the Essex players behind him as well. Simon Harmer, of course, will get some of that, but it was quite interesting. Tom Wesley, I know you pointed that out to me last night, saying that that was one of the best hundreds you'll see at Chelmsford. But I think that was quite a sad end there. That was a premeditated shot, and, well, anyway, he's got his 100, which he got last night. Only added 6 this morning. Hampshire lasting 28 minutes this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 10:48 by my watch, but I think we started a bit before.
Yeah,
I think we started before 10:30 BST, but yeah, around about 20 minutes this morning. But Essex will be pleased with that. That went pretty much as they would have hoped, and it means that we're going to have the Essex innings starting in about 10 minutes' time, and one presumes, of course, that Alistair Cook will be opening. I don't think there's going to be too many dramatic changes in the batting order, certainly at the start. And it'll be interesting. So we've got a smallish crowd in at the moment, but it could be that they're witnessing a quite historic moment. It's one of those where we don't quite know, of course, but I'm sure there'll be a very warm ovation from the crowd when he and Nick Brown come out in a few minutes' time. 334, just an email from Jim Sanders. Good morning all. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com is the email address. Unable to be at the ground today, but watching via the match zone. Please be aware that members can sit anywhere on the ground. I normally sit at the end of the Felsted standby square leg, as do many other members. So yes, I'm just... of course, the area where we are is sort of reserved for members, but as you say, members can sit anywhere. And you're saying that you're enjoying the commentary and the comments on the parking stewards, favourable comments, yes, they were very true.
Go. Sorry, 8 down, still 44 in arrears.
Thanks very much indeed, Jim.
The kind of intangible pressures of today are getting bigger and bigger with every passing moment. Essex will set up and have an opportunity to get a result at Chelmsford. And it's looking like Surrey are going to have to bat out the remainder of day 4. A fresh innings.
96 over day, so
to make sure
90 overs left
here
now. And Tom Prest's final figures 108 from 144 balls with 2 sixes and 15 fours. He was last out to Simon Harmer, stumped by Adam Rossington, 6 for 149 from 38 overs and 3 balls. Porter, 10 overs, 3 maidens, number 27. Cook, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 34. Umesh Yadav, number 38 in 12. Paul Walter with that bonus wicket first ball when he came on. 1 for 14 in 4. Critchley, 7 overs, 1 for 38. And Dan Lawrence bowled 3 exploratory overs for 15. So we had the unusual sight of 7 bowlers being used at Chelmsford, and 334 giving a lead of 113 for Essex on the first innings that they'll now be looking to build on. And I guess, Kevin, in the sense of the moving the game forward, we've now got a more definitive idea of what is likely to happen, and I think they'll be looking for a lead of 280-ish, something up in that, around that area, close to lunch, and that maybe, to assess where they are at lunchtime. But it looks like it might be that sort of standard 2-session pursuit of something around about 4.5 and over, something like that.
Yeah,
that's my first thought.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, I think whether Hampshire bat after lunch or sometime after lunch, I don't know. But Essex, I think, will want pretty close to 2 sessions, so I think they'll go some in this second innings. Could be interesting. May start off a little watchfully, but I don't think it'll be too long before we start seeing some very positive batting indeed. I mean, they'll want to win this, that's for sure, and they think now they've probably got a chance.
Indeed, but as indeed still do Hampshire, because it won't be the sort of target that Essex would have had in mind. Certainly when they were racking up those runs on day 1 and the start of day 2, Hampshire have fought their way back into the game, but it does mean that Hampshire are probably going to be having to bat for 64, 65 overs, something like that. Might be a little bit more than that. A lot depends on, of course, how quickly Essex can score to build on this lead of 113. It will be, interesting watch, but I think from the point of view of the game, not the worst thing, but things have transpired as they have. Now, Dan Worrell caught by Lewis McManus off Jack White for naught. 169 for 8. They still trail by 188. Actually, the follow-on target, I think I said was 213. It's 208 because Northants made 357. So the follow-on target is 208. So they're 188 behind. Got 2 wickets left. Ben Folkes is on 35. And surely Northants will enforce the follow-on if they bowl Surrey out. And
but if they do, they can't win the game, can they?
Well, they'll try and bowl Surrey out again. But I'd be, if you look at normally where a game of cricket is played, if you've got a chance of enforcing the follow-on on the last day of a match, surely you do it.
Maybe.
It'll be fascinating. But I know I understand your scepticism of the real politique of this situation. Yes, but we're keeping a close eye on that, because that's. What it has been is a pretty good start to the day for Essex in both games. They had a pretty good half hour before lunch in both games yesterday, and they've had a pretty good half hour at the start of today. Overton 51, Worrell no score, 4 for 39 for White, and Surrey 169 for 8. A long way away from any batting points, and still almost 40 runs away from the follow-on target at 208. So, I mean, the one good thing, I'm sure the forecast is decent in London, haven't checked, but I'm sure it's pretty much the same, is that both these games are going to be played out today, as indeed the other games involving relegation and promotion. But certainly the main interest on proceedings here and indeed at the Oval. The two umpires making their way out. We have the Hampshire fielders just in a group with bright blue sky and sunshine. 5 Sports Extra joining us just at the moment, and so it's been a good start to the day for Essex. They've taken the 2 remaining Hampshire wickets very cheaply. Tom Prest last to go to Harmer, stumped by Rossington for 108, and before that Kyle Abbott was bowled off an inside edge by Sam Cook. The Hampshire fielders making their way out, and just behind them come the 2 Essex openers, Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook. It's a smallish crowd in here today, but those that are here might just be witnessing a very significant moment. Of course, there is still uncertainty about Sir Alistair's future. The club telling us today that there's going to be no immediate announcements, put out a press release yesterday to that effect. But Alistair Cook, who's been a great servant of Essex just as much, of course, as he has of England over the years, coming out for what might be his last innings at Chelmsford. And I can tell you, I'm saying it was Nick Brown, assuming it would be Nick Brown, but Essex have made a change to Alistair Cook's batting partner. It's going to be Adam Rossington to see there instead of Nick Brown. That's interesting. It's a sign of intent. Adam Rossington 104 in the first innings, but it looks like it is going to be Alistair Cook who's going to take first strike to Kyle Abbott. So not Nick Brown, but Adam Rossington joining Alistair Cook. Slightly surprised at that, given the fact that Essex can bat reasonably normally to start with, but they are going to chop and change the batting order. But Alistair Cook in the sunshine at Chelmsford, what could be for the last time, about to face up to his first delivery, and looking, of course, to improve on the first innings when he lasted 3 deliveries and was bowled by a beauty by Mohammed Abbas for a duck. They'll be looking to do rather better than that this time. We have a slip and 5 saving 1 as that's bowled a beautiful delivery from Kyle Abbott, which beats Cook outside the off stump. Now, that was a nightmare delivery to get to first up. That's one that would have graced Kyle Abbott's Test career as well as an opener. I mean, what a great first delivery Kevin James is with me.
Well, it is, and I tell you what, the Hampshire boys out there will know the score, and they'll be trying to put a bit of pressure on him as well, and I'm sure Kyle Abbott will be having a little joke with Alistair Cook. I'm surprised if somebody hasn't already said to him, don't finish your last game here with a duck. I'm surprised that hasn't already been said.
Yeah, 113 is the lead they're looking to build on, and Alistair Cook will just come forward and squeeze away into the offside. Typical shot, just coming forward and with an angled bat, just running it out back of the square on the offside, and there's no run. So it is a smallish crowd by Chelmsford standards. I think it is a lovely day for playing and watching, but obviously the final day of the game, and it might be that a few more will come in, but those that are here could be witnessing something quite special.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it is to be his last game here, you don't want to finish on a pair.
No, as Kyle Abbott bowls, and that's just played nicely by Cook, just jumping onto the back foot, playing that defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run.
I think it's worth repeating just that one scenario that we were talking about earlier, because let's be honest, if Essex had lost here and Surrey had won, then Essex would go to Northampton next week, no chance of winning the championship.
Yes.
That's it, Surrey win it. So if all these reports about Alistair Cook planning to retire, and he wouldn't, as some of the feeling is that he wouldn't want to retire up at Northampton, he would have wanted to retire here, but he can't.
As Kyle Abbott bowls, and that's runs for Alistair Cook. It is a delivery which is straying on the leg stump. Now, has he made contact, or is that going to be byes? I wait for the umpire signal, but it's a couple of leg byes. There we go. He played the leg glance, but it just flicked off the pad, and so he stays on naught, but there are a couple of runs on the Essex score, so still on the pair.
He must, all these thoughts must be going on in his head. what does he do if he is going to retire this year? What does he do? He's got to wait to see what the results are at the end of the day, isn't he?
2 for no wicket, slip, and 5 saving 1. And Abbott goes round the wicket from the river end, and that, I think, will be runs this time. And it's a nice stroke, just back of the square on the offside, that will get him a single, and a little bit of applause from around the ground. He's not used to his opening single being greeted with such applause, but it is on this occasion. And he has one, and Rossington will have a bit of strike, and it's 3 for no wicket.
And Vincey was having a chat with him there the minute he completed his 1 run. I'm sure, if I had to put some money on it, it would be, well, at least you're off the pair in your last home game.
Yes.
Because I think Vincey would have an inkling about what Alistair Cook's doing, even if there's nothing public.
Yeah, because he'll have been frustrated to miss out on that leg glance of the previous delivery, because it was very much there for the shot, but he just flicked off the pad for a couple. But that one, typical Cook stroke away into the offside, and it did get him the run. So he is underway, and it's 3 for no wicket, and the lead 116. And here is Carl Abbott from the river end to bowl, and Adam Rossington, fresh from his 100, plays a punchy shot back down the pitch. Quite nicely timed, actually. It goes up to Abbott, and he fields in his follow through. Lovely conditions then. A gentleman in front of me just taking off an outer layer, but putting his sun hat on, so that's a good sign out there. Of course, the sun's starting to lose its strength, so it's just really a perfect day for sort of playing and watching in these conditions. 3 for no wicket, Cook 1 and Rossington no score. I'll be doing an update in just a moment, then handing over to Victoria Polly, who's with us today. It's 3 for no wicket.
That's Mohamed Abbas from the Hayes close end, the man that bowled the ball that got Alistair Cook out in the first innings. So I just find this intriguing, I really do, and whatever happens come the end of the day, result here, result at Oval, what will Alistair Cook say or not say? That for me is an interesting, huge subplot as to what's going on in what could of course influence top and bottom of Division 1 table throughout the day.
Yes, it's a rematch between Mohamed Abbas and Alistair Cook. I'll be doing an update just very shortly, and then we'll bring in Victoria Polly after that. Here is Abbas from the Hayes close end bowls, and Cook made a nice stroke off the back foot. That was well timed actually, but straight out to mid wicket, and there's no run. And is that James Fuller on?
James Fuller's not playing.
I'm just a sub, because who's there at mid wicket.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. 3 for no wicket, so he's subbing for someone in that case. Here's Abbas with a slip in, bowls, and Cook gets one that keeps slightly low, and he just plays it again out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Championship match with Hampshire at Chelmsford. 2 early wickets mean the visitors now all out for 334. And Essex back with a bat looking to build on a first innings total of 447. Nick Redfield at the county ground for us.
Yes, they managed to wrap that Hampshire innings up very quickly this morning, with Carl Abbott bowled by Cook for 10, and then Tom Prest, Centurion of yesterday, stumped by Rossington, going to loft one from Simon Harmer. He went finally for 108, and that left Harmer with match figures of 6 for 149. Alistair Cook, playing what might be his last innings for Essex at Chelmsford, has got off the mark. He's being partnered by Adam Rossington as Essex look to build on a lead of 113. They're currently 3 without loss, and good news for Essex at the Oval, where Surrey have already lost a couple of quick wickets. They're 174 for 8, still 183 behind Northants. So that last delivery just played away for a single by Cook, which means that Rossington has the strike. Oh, risk of thunder in the forecast. That might be coming from nowhere. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. So Abbas again up to the wicket, bowls, and that, just taking a hand off the bat there. Rossington plays it up towards short extra, and there's no one. I'll leave the rest of this over with you, Kevin, and I'll bring in Victoria Polly.
Just bounced a bit off a length, that one, with a new hard ball. Rossington with his first 100 of the championship season in the first innings. Used to see him batting high in the white ball game. Perfect foil, I guess, for Alistair Cook at the other end, as Essex look to build a lead. 117 it is currently, as Abbas comes in the sunshine, and Rossington edges through to the keeper. There's the first wicket, and that experiment of promoting Adam Rossington up the order has not worked. He goes for no score, and Essex find themselves 4 for 1 in their second innings. That lead is 117, and Mohammed Abbas picks up, I think he got 2 wickets in the first innings. Yes, he did. So he picks up his 3rd wicket in the game. What a time for Victoria Polly to come into the commentary.
Hello, yes, that wasn't very well timed at all, was it there from me? And the first wicket of the morning goes down for Essex. Adam Rossington, as you mentioned, promoted up the order for this Essex second innings. And he departs the field.
So what do you think about all this Alistair Cook stuff, Victoria?
I think in a way you're right. I think whatever Alistair Cook decides to do it wouldn't be a surprise. If he decided to leave, it wouldn't be a surprise if maybe he was tempted to stay on. But I think that the difficulty of the final game of the season being away is a tricky one, and again, whatever he decides to do, he won't want to fuss either way.
No. Unlike a man who's just come in the box, who always liked to fuss surrounding him. Simon Hinks, former Kent man, who's the match manager today. He always liked a bit of fuss down at Canterbury. Enjoyed the crowd clap him into the wicket. And they clapped him soon after, walking back. Oh dear, I can say that because I know you'll take that in the way that it's meant.
Somebody got me out 7 times in my career. You can say what you like.
So the new man is Captain Tom Wesley, who passed 1,000 runs in the first innings in the Championship. And he's facing Mohammed Abbas from the Hayes close end. Comes in and bowls, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Morning, Mr. Wesley. End of the over. Essex 4 for 1 in the second innings.
Yeah, Tom Wesley's had an excellent season in the County Championship. Passed 1,000 runs earlier this week.
1,035 to be exact, averaging 47.
Certainly his best season in quite a few years for Essex.
So that lead, what's that lead? Oh God, it's just gone off the screen. It's about 117, I think it was. I think I mentioned earlier. So it needs to be a few more than that. That is for sure. If they're going to set up a game, I'm sure they will. As we were saying, I'm not sure there was too much chat overnight or this morning. It was all about Hampshire trying to bat long in their second innings. He lasted about 28 minutes.
It's Kyle Abbott to bowl from the river end. Alistair Cook on strike. He's up on his toes and just dabs that one and takes the single.
118 the lead now. I think Essex would have hoped for a few more by now. We lost a lot of overs. I think it was over 80 overs we've lost in the game, but 82 point something we've lost over the 3 days, which is almost a whole day's play. I said to the man in the car park, who's got a lot of publicity over the last day or so because he's a very nice guy.
Does he give you premium parking spot?
Well, I said to him, I'm not normally here day 4. This is uncharted territory. But with all the amount of overs, yeah, but the amount of overs we've lost, I suppose effectively we are only going into day 3 really. But yeah.
Kyle Abbott just making some small adjustments to his field, and he's ready to bound him for the second ball of the over. On strike is Wesley. In the shape to play that one is through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Interesting start for Tom Wesley. 2 forward defensives, 2 played and misses. He reminds me of somebody else earlier on in his innings. Yes, Mr. Hinks is still in the box.
Is he waiting to speak to you?
I don't know. You haven't come in to speak to me specifically and asked me, oh, just come to say hello. Oh, that's nice. Not many match managers do that now, former players. They sort of ignore me, blank me.
Essex 5 for 1 in their second innings as Abbott is in, and this time it is an inside edge from Wesley, but it's off the bat and through for a single.
That's a bit of a leading edge, wasn't it?
Yes.
Trying to work that away on the onside. Could have gone anywhere. An interesting start from Tom Wesley. Hasn't started like a man who scored over 1,000 runs this year. Looks like a man who hasn't scored too many recently. And he's sort of prodding around trying to feel for the ball. But it's the new ball out there, which is always tough.
And in comes Abbott around the wicket to Alistair Cook. Plays that one through the covers, and that should be stopped just before the boundary in front of the away changing rooms. So Alistair Cook adds 2 to his title. He moves to 5.
Well, the crowd are going to take that one away with them. If it is to be the last time they see him bat here, they'll say, do you remember that time he played a lovely cover drive off Kyle Abbott on the last day of his innings?
Classic Cook shot.
Yeah.
A few murmurings around the ground as Abbott is in again to Cook. This time he's up on his toes off the pads and just drops for no run.
Might be a few in the crowd get a suntan today. You're in danger of getting drenched the last few days. Completely different. People will get a suntan, actually. I don't say in danger, you will.
Yeah, well, or if you're like me, have to lather on the sun cream to not burn.
It's very warm, it's lovely.
Just a little bit of a breeze as you walk around the county ground as Abbott is in to Cook. And that was just flashed at that one. No run off the final ball of the over, and Essex at 8 for 1, leading by 121 runs.
Just nipped back that one. Came well back on the angle. Cook is 5 off, I think that's 12 balls, I think, something like that. The sun is shining on the screen.
Yeah,
we haven't had that
balls,
problem.
yes.
Yeah, we haven't had that problem the last few days. Been trying to shield ourselves from the rain most of the time, and now all of a sudden we're struggling to see because it's so bright. Amazing how things can change so quickly. So Hampshire bowled out for 334 this morning. Only added 12 to their overnight total for the last 2 wickets. Abbott out for 10, added 2. Tom Prest the last to go for 108, and he added just 6. Simon Harmer finishing with 6 for 149. I'll come back to that in a moment. As Abbas comes in and bowls, Wesley cuts it away, and it's a great stop at extra cover by Nick Gubbins. So that's 6 for Simon Harmer, 6 for 149 of 38.3 overs. I mentioned this stat yesterday, actually, Victoria. You probably already know this. Simon Harmer in the last, 2.5 games now, because we're only effectively halfway through in terms of the number of innings. In the last 2.5 games, here, against Hampshire, in the Championship, Simon Harmer has now taken 33 wickets on his own. Incredible, isn't it?
He's unbelievable.
Here's Abbas bowls, and Wesley's forward. Plays that to backward a point, fielded by Tom Prest.
The game last year was his career best figures, I think, at least at the time.
Match figures or innings? Because he picked up 15 in the game, didn't he?
Yeah, match figures, I think.
Well, he was 8 for 46 first innings, 7 for 161 in the second, so yeah. Well, mind you, 8 for 46 is pretty decent. Here's Abbas, runs towards us and bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off.
Yeah, a bit more convincing now from Tom Wesley. Yeah. He's still picking out the fielders, but he's striking the ball cleanly.
Took him a couple of balls or so, didn't it? Looks a little bit more like the Tom Wesley that locals have come to know this year, and over the last few seasons, really. So yeah, that's a remarkable stat. 33 wickets, 2.5 games, and more to come, I guess, later on this afternoon. The lead is 121 for the home side as Abbas comes in and bowls. Wesley gets a thick outside edge, goes down to third, quite comfortably along the ground, and it's fielded by Felix Organ. And the total moves on to 9 for 1.
It felt like in the game against Middlesex here, against Middlesex last game, although Simon Harmer did end up taking a 5 for in the second innings, it just felt like he crept up on you because Jamie Porter was the one who was very much leading the attack in that game, and then suddenly, oh yeah, well, Simon Harmer, you just kind of come to expect it now.
Came up on the inside rail quickly. You can't keep Harmer out for too long, can you? Here's Abbas round the wicket to Cook. Cook pushes that out on the offside. Wesley was nearly halfway down, turns, throw comes in at the bowler's end from Gubbins. This is the stumps at Abbas's end of the play. I mean, listen. I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised that you guys are doing as well this year as you are. I mean, there's been lots of talk about Jamie Porter, a resurgence for him. And you've got him and Cook firing, which they both are, and then Harmer as well. You've got 3 bowlers there that are your 50-wicket plus men a season, and you're always going to do well if you've got that, let alone what everybody else does, as batting and bowling, that is, as that's pushed out into the covers. You've got 3 bowlers that are taking you 50-plus wickets in the season. You're going to be up there.
I think that's the most pleasing thing for Essex is the form of Jamie Porter this season. He's had a couple of frustrating years where he's had little niggles and he's been in and out of the side, but from the very beginning this season, having spent some winter in Australia, he just felt like he was due a good season, and it's been pleasing to see how that's come off for him.
Yeah, he looks strong. Wickets at the Aegeus Bowl earlier on this season, and in this game, Bob well actually hits the deck. Hit the deck pretty well. Just looking at these figures actually in the first innings. I'm surprised actually, no wicket in 10 overs, but only went for 27. That's surprising.
Kyle Abbott, more bowl. He's spell from the river end. Captain Tom Wesley on strike for Essex. He pushes that one forward into the offside. Takes a single. Little outburst of applause.
Yeah. 1 or 2 there watching intently. They'll be hoping that Essex, come the end of the day, pick up the win that they need. I know you're keeping abreast of events at the Oval. Hampshire not so much, because I think realistically the best they can finish in is 3rd. Might be interesting what happens if they win today though, but even so I think they could finish anything between about 3rd and 5th at the moment.
In comes Abbott to Cook on the back foot. Plays that one out into the offside for no run. I know, but I think there's still the opportunity for you to affect things.
Yes, and that's a good position to be in. Could have a say in who wins the title come the end of the year. Surrey last game at the Aegeus. I know you guys will be following that intently.
We will. It's like those final days of the football season when you've got someone in the crowd with a radio on and then a cheer goes up because something's happened elsewhere. I think Essex would be pleased to take it into the last game as Abbott is into Cook, hits him on the pads. An appeal from Abbott, which the umpire is unmoved by.
Yeah, it's going down a little bit. Started a little too straight coming round the wicket. Kept a little low though. So Surrey are still batting. 180 for 9. Against Northamptonshire, so they trail by 177, so they haven't saved the follow-on yet. They were, what were they overnight? 158 for 6, so they've lost 3 wickets this morning.
Essex 10 for 1 here at the county ground, leading by 123 runs. As Abbott is in to Cook, hits him on pad again, loops up, no run.
Again, that's going down the leg side. Hasn't been too much out of Alistair Cook's middle of the bat at the moment. It looks like he's got a few things on his mind. It's going well down the leg side. Just watching the replay. Cook's 5 off 17 now. A few photographers gathered at the bottom of the steps when he walked out to bat, just making sure that they've got a record just in case.
Kyle Abbott into Alistair Cook. This time he does get some bat on this one and knocks it into the onside for a single. 11 for 1, he moves on to 6. I must admit I was out there with my camera just in case, wanted to capture the moment. I've only ever known Essex with a Sir Alistair Cook involved. even in the times that he would have been off on England duty.
Be weird, wouldn't it, for you? If it is to be his last.
I live in hope that it's not, but...
Would you light a candle, just in case there's a memory?
I don't know about lighting a candle, it's a bit...
Weird.
Abbott into Wesley. It takes an edge. He wasn't quite sure where that had ended up. He decides to take the quick single as Brown was coming in, and he puts the throw in at the other end to see if he can catch Wesley out. He makes his ground.
Yeah, it's close. I don't think Wesley was running quite as quickly as he might have done initially. I think you would have thought the throw would have been going in at Alistair Cook's end, and well, actually, looking at the replay, I think he did. I think he just had too much ground to make up.
It was quite a risky run there from Wesley.
Oh, I tell you what, that was close. The more I look at that, I think the trouble is Wesley was trying to run 22 yards from a standing start, so that always feels like more than 22 yards when you're running. If you've got a little bit of body weight moving forward initially, then you gain that extra sort of half yard quite quickly. But Wesley had to get up to speed pretty quick. In the over, 12 for 1. The lead is 125. Well, it hasn't been the easiest 12 runs I think I've ever seen.
The plan obviously was to score quickly, with Rossington coming out with Cook to open the Essex innings.
It did not work, did it? It was out for no score, caught behind off this man who's going to start his next over. Mohamed Abbas comes in and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley plays that behind square. Prest is there. There is no run. It's getting very warm.
Might have to take my jacket off.
Yeah, it's, you would have needed 2 jackets if you were here first 3 days, but well, it wasn't that cold actually, to be fair. It was just not very nice. It looks like that ball's getting a little damp there because Nick Gubbins is toweling the ball down. Actually, it's not a towel. He used the sleeve of his long sleeve of his jumper or his shirt to help dry the ball for Abbas. 1 for 2, Mohamed Abbas in his 3rd over. Comes in and bowls to Wesley. Wesley off the back foot, crashes that through the gap in the covers, but there is a deep fielder. That's Fletcher Middleton. They'll come back for 2. It's quite a long way down there towards the pavilion. 2 runs it is. Takes Essex on to 14 for 1. So a couple of scouts out for Hampshire here just to make sure that any shot that's hit particularly well in gaps is cut off before the batters get full value. As you'd expect, really, because Hampshire want to make sure that Essex have to work hard for these runs in the second innings. So Abbas doesn't have any slips. Again, that's an indication of the defensive nature that Hampshire are employing as Wesley waits for that one, drives on the up. Again, it's gone in the gap in the covers. Again, Fletcher Middleton fields. And Essex move on to 15 for 1.
That's just the way things are going at the moment. A couple of nice shots from Wesley. He'll be frustrated that he's picked out Middleton both times.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, really? I think some of these shots, they're not going to get more than 1, maybe 2 at most, whereas early on in your innings, normally you'd expect a boundary. James Vince deciding that he doesn't want any slips there. He wants to try and keep the runs down. Mohamed Abbas is just moving his fine leg fielder a little squarer. I think that's what he's doing. There's a few arm movements there anyway. He's coming round the wicket to Alistair Cook. That was the line of attack that he got him out in the first innings. Cook drives, misses as it goes through to Ben Brown. Trying to drive on the up, trying to flat bat that away square on the offside. Watch that replay again on the live picture feed. Abbas comes in and it's just nipped away off the pitch actually. Just comes in and just straightens a bit off the seam. No wonder Alistair Cook missed it. Cook is 6, Wesley is 7. It's not going to be long before that sun shines in here. What sort of time of day does the sun start shining in here?
Usually about lunchtime-ish.
Yeah, I remember that from years gone by. It's a straighter delivery played back to the bowler by Cook. Nice accurate stuff here from the 2 Hampshire seam bowlers, and that's exactly right because Essex will be looking to score at every opportunity. Abbott's bowled 3 overs, none for 8. Bass 1 for 5, coming towards the end of his 3rd over. Doing a good job here, these two. The less time that Hampshire bat in the 2nd innings will suit them way down to the ground. So they'll be trying to make Essex work for every single run. Cook works it away on the onside. Again down to Fletcher Middleton, who's doing the boundary patrolling in front of the pavilion. So yeah, as it was put to me this morning, the last thing Hampshire want to do, Victoria, in this game is to have to bat out for a draw and just defend and just prod around with Harmer with men around the bat. They don't want that. They want a quick chase if that's what's to be. So by taking as much time out of the game, with Essex not scoring as quickly as they would like, suits Hampshire. They had a chat about the ball already.
Surely not.
We've had a few ball changes in this game already, but I can't. You're right. I can't believe that. How many overs are we in? Not many, are we? 6.
6, yes.
Can't be out of shape already.
Well, the captain, James Vince, has the ball in his hand. He gives it to Kyle Abbott, who's going to continue from the river end. It's Alistair Cook on strike for Essex. In comes Abbott to Cook. He hits that one up in the air. It's safe, and that will be the first boundary of the Essex 2nd innings. It was scooped up in the air by Alistair Cook. It bounced safe and has gone all the way to the boundary just in front of us for 4 runs.
Just watching that on the replay there. Good shot, nice and straight. Mid-off's quite wide there. Just to say that Surrey are finally all out in their 1st innings, 185, so they've lost their 4th wicket of the morning. Folks, it was the last to go. LBW to Tom Taylor for 42. So Surrey trail there by 172. Be interesting to see if the follow-on is enforced.
Abbott into Cook, shorter ball, and it bounces through to the keeper Brown, although there was a slight appeal there from the bowler Abbott. 20 for 1.
So Surrey starting the morning 158 for 6. So losing their 4 wickets. So 172 the difference between Surrey and Northamptonshire. Will Northampton enforce the follow-on? What do you reckon, Victoria? I suppose they might have to, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think I would if it was me. As Abbott is into Cook, who's on 11. He swings and misses at that one.
That bounced a bit off a length, didn't it? Really bounced through to Ben Brown. A few people still arriving. Let's see a few getting settling down in front of us.
Would you enforce the follow-on?
Well, I said earlier that I didn't think they would. They would take anything that Surrey said to them, but I'm not sure actually, Victoria, if I'm honest.
Abbott into Cook. Plays that one out into the offside. It's past the first fielder. Then patrolling the boundary again is Fletcher Middleton. Cook comes back for 2 runs.
I mean, either there's a chat between the two sides, because obviously a win for either side is in their interests. And if there isn't, I suppose you'd have to enforce it. I mean, 172 behind. Somebody says if the sun shines out, are you going to bowl Surrey out for 185 again? I suppose you have to believe you will. But if Surrey get quite a bit ahead of that, that does for Northampton, doesn't it?
In comes Abbott to Cook. And that just comes off the edge, bounces safe into the offside for no run. 22 for 1.
I'm going to have to leave you to it.
See you in a moment, Kevin. Well, actually, won't see you in a moment because I think Nick Ledhill will be joining us on commentary, and Kevin James will be back later. Victoria Polly with you from BBC Essex. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us on the commentary today. Final ball of Kyle Abbott's over from the river end. And he comes to Cook, a wider ball, which Cook was looking to have a swipe at, but it's through to Brown behind the stumps for no run. 22 for 1. Essex lead. It's disappeared off the screen. Hang on. 135 runs. Good morning, Nick.
Yeah, hello Victoria. And the sun is shining brightly into the box for the first time in this game. I wasn't here for the Middlesex game, and it did throughout. But actually it's a really pleasant morning, because we've had some very inclement conditions here that you've managed to miss, because, well, we had high winds Tuesday and particularly Wednesday, and some very heavy rain on Wednesday afternoon, and then actually at the end of yesterday, heavier than was forecast. So it has been a game with mixed conditions, to put it mildly. Here's Mohammed Abbas coming into bowl. Oh, and a bit of a wild shot there from Wesley. Goes through to Brown, almost an indication that they are looking to get on with it. Now, I don't know if we've mentioned Keith Barker, because I've been looking out for Keith Barker, and I can't see him, and it just means obviously Dawson's going to bowl quite a few overs, but bowled well in the first innings. Hope nothing too untoward with Keith Barker, but from a Hampshire point of view, if he's not able to take the field in this innings, hopefully he'll be fit for the final game, but certainly no sign of him at the moment on the field. That's why we mentioned James Fuller earlier coming on as a sub as Abbas bowls, and Wesley just plays that one up into the offside, and there is no run. So Surrey have been made to follow on, I understand. It's the headline we've just got. And that is the right cricketing decision from Northants. 22 for 1. Surrey can still win that game if they can get a good start, make 250, get themselves a lead of 100 or so, and then, well, at least that. Obviously, they'll want more than that, but then they might have a dart at bowling at Northants in the final session. But it has to be the right cricketing decision from Northants, as this is played into the onside with no pace from Wesley, and just calls Cook through for an easy single. 23 for 1, Cook 13 and Wesley 8. An experiment of promoting Adam Rossington didn't work out. Two fairly high-class practitioners, Abbas and Kyle Abbott, and they both started very well, and Rossington fell cheaply. But these two starting to build a platform to extend his lead of 113, which is currently now at 136. Yes, Rossington caught behind off Abbas for a duck and 3 balls. It's played by Cook defensively up towards cover, and there's no run. Another good tight over this for Mohammed Abbas, but interesting to see what Hampshire really at the moment have only got 2 seamers on the field, and they're so used to having 4 or 5 in their side that we'll see an early introduction of Liam Dawson, I think. So Abbas going back to the end of his mark, turns, bright sunshine, a little bit of high cotton wool cloud, starts to make his way in again, goes around the wicket, bowls, and Cook plays an extravagant looking drive, but doesn't middle it, to be honest. It goes up to mid-on, but that was a sign of aggressive intent. He threw the bat at that one, and it was a pretty good attempt, but not good enough to pierce the field, and Cook remains there on 13, 8 to Wesley and 23 for 1, building on this first innings lead. After this is now extended to 136, started at 113. No slips in. Hampshire looking to keep the runs down. They've been fairly successful at that so far. As Abbas goes around the wicket and bowls, and Cook, in the end, just has to check his shot slightly. I think he was thinking of putting that one through the covers, and he just had to make a late adjustment and play it back to the bowler. It was good bowling that from Abbas to end the over. Cook 13 and 8 to Wesley, and 23 for 1. And yes, nice to hear from you, Dean, saying you enjoyed another season of Around the Wicket, which has still got 1 more week to go.
2 more weeks.
2 more weeks, right. So there you go. So 6 o'clock next Wednesday and the one after. And You mentioned the strike rates of Porter and Cook, and Essex really have had a very, very strong attack this season, with Porter and Cook both bowling well, and of course Simon Harmer, of course 50 plus wickets yet again, and now 35 5-wicket hauls for Essex. He ended up with a 6 for getting the last wicket today.
Carl Abbott's going to continue from the river end. His 5th over of the morning. It'll be Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, on strike. He's on 8. Over the wicket comes Abbott, and that's driven back down the pitch by Tom Wesley. I think that struck the umpire, which took a little bit of the pace out of it. Essex come through for the single, 23 for 1.
You know, if Northants, of course, Northants are going to have to beat Essex to get out of trouble, as well as if they were to win today. But tell you what, Middlesex and Kent are doing everything they can to help Northants. There's a case for saying both should be relegated, bearing in mind their performances in this current game. Middlesex 131 for 3, still 63 behind Warwickshire. Sam Robson is 67 not out, but they desperately need a good batting performance second time round. And Kent are in big trouble at Taunton.
Here at the county ground, Essex batting in their second innings as Abbott is into Cook, and that was a wideish delivery which Cook looked to get some bat on, and he just manages to. It's through for a bye, 24 for 1. You're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC 5 Sports Extra as well.
Yeah, and the BBC cricket feed just saying, sorry follow on, a collector's item. Yes, it certainly is. There haven't been too many in recent years. And well done to Northants for getting that far.
Here Essex lead by 138 runs. And in comes Abbott from the river end to Tom Wesley. He's on the back foot. He dabs that one into the offside. Third comes in off the boundary to Fields. Single to Tom Wesley. He moves on to 10, and Essex move to 26 for 1.
Yeah, so I mentioned Middlesex struggling. I mean, Kent to lose at Taunton had to be bowled out twice in a day, but they are contributing towards that at the moment. They were 31 for 4, but now 60 for 4. Joe Denley is in trying to calm things down, but 3 wickets there for Lewis Gregory, 3 for 30 in 7 overs after Somerset declared on the overnight 404 for 4, which they achieved in little bits and pieces over the first 3 days.
In comes Abbott to Cook, swings and a miss through to Brown behind the stumps.
It's not easy, is it, forcing the pace against this Hampshire attack, and to say no sign of Keith Barker at the moment, so one suspects Liam Dawson will be in the action fairly soon. But Hampshire are going to do everything they can to make Essex want to stay out there beyond lunch. That, I think, is a key factor here. It's 11:37 now, and the lead is 139. And they want that lead to be, I would say, no more than 200 at lunchtime. If that would be ideal, because then Essex would have to bat on. Or feel they probably have to.
In comes Abbott to Cook. Again, a swing and a miss from Cook.
Yeah, they've showing their experience, these two. So there'll be very little on offer, has there, in terms of 4 balls or anything too loose, and making Wesley and Cook work very hard for their runs at this early stage.
Lots of people with their sun hats on in the river stand in front of us, in the Tom Piers upper to our right hand side. Blue skies, sunny conditions at Chelmsford, which we haven't had over the past few days, as Abbott is into Cook. Hits this one into the offside. It will be fielded in the deep by Felix Organ.
Get a feeling mainly members in today, because the area, certainly the public seats to the left in front of the apartments, fairly sparsely populated, and of course it is a working Friday, because there's no championship cricket at weekends it's actually one fixture on its own that stops that, and that's the Metrobank one-day trophy final that we had last weekend. It's basically meant that you just don't really get any championship cricket at weekends in September, so it might be that there would have been a few more had this final day been tomorrow. But you know, it's I think it could be a really interesting and pivotal day of the season.
27 for 1. The lead is 140. And we've had 9 overs.
So it's Abbas continuing to bowl to Cook, who goes on the pull shot and gets it away, or tries to get it away, but in fact it just comes back off the leading edge and bounces down to Abbas. So not quite getting his timing right at the moment. Alistair Cook is averaging 37 this season, high score of 128, just the 100 but 650, so he's been pretty consistent. And I remember this time last year, or just after when the season ended, Victoria talking about the disappointing batting averages that Essex had, but they look a lot better this year, don't they, with Wesley, Critchley and Lawrence all averaging 40 plus, and of course we're looking for Critchley to see if he can get 31 when he bats to get to the 1,000 runs, or he might have to wait to Northampton. We'll see. As here Cook plays one in the air and just over the head of, in fact, might have got a hand to it there, Prest at backward point. Might have been a hard chance, but they've come back for a couple of runs. It was a stroke from Cook which in the end sort of went backward a square uppishly, and I think Prest stretched out a hand, couldn't get it, and they've come back for a couple of runs. So Cook goes to 16, Wesley 10, 29 for 1.
Yeah, I think he got enough on it just to stop the flight of the ball. May well be a chance there for Hampshire.
He's at backward point with a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and mid-wicket. Deep cover on the boundary with a deep square leg to our right. And here Cook throws the bat at that. He doesn't often sort of bat in this style in the 10th over of the innings, but of course he's trying to adjust to the needs of the occasion, and threw his bat at that and made no contact, and it went through to Ben Brown. Still 29 for 1, but the game plan for Hampshire in this Essex second innings is working pretty well at the moment, and that is to cut out the 4 balls, keep things as relatively quiet as possible, and make Essex bat beyond lunch. And that's looking pretty much a certainty now. So they've got as little time to face as possible. Here's Abbas up to the wicket, and oh, that's a good delivery which Cook is looking to work away, and he's edged it, he's feathered that through to Ben Brown, and that is the end of Alistair Cook. It was an attempt to pull the ball away through mid-wicket, and he's got a faint edge. There's very, very little reaction from anybody there, bowler, keeper, batsman, but he's gone and he's making his way off, and who knows, that might be the last appearance for Alistair Cook at Chelmsford. It was an innings that didn't sort of fit his natural style, where of course he likes to take his time to play himself in. But those spectators that are here, as I say, it's a good attendance, look way to the right on the members' side, but fairly sparsely populated elsewhere. But now he's getting a very, very good round of applause as he makes his way off. Doesn't often get that strong an ovation for a knock of 16, but the question is, will there be another one to follow on this ground? And nobody quite knows that just at the moment. It was an innings, Victoria, where he's having to play against his natural game from the start, and these Hampshire bowlers are pretty good. They made it difficult for him, and in the end he had to sort of play a forcing shot to a useful delivery there from Abbas, who's got him out in both innings. It was all happened in slow motion, that, because there was very little reaction from the keeper and bowler, as if they sensed perhaps the sort of the potentially momentous occasion of Cook being out on this occasion at Chelmsford.
Yeah, like you say, the way in which Essex need to play this innings isn't the typical style of Sir Alistair Cook.
No.
In the way he had to come out, but I guess maybe the dismissal was, like we've been saying this morning, one without fuss.
So 29 for 2, and yeah, gone to the first little bit. Didn't go to the Hampshire game plan. They wanted to bat a little bit longer, but apart from the fact that Keith Barker's not on the field, which is a bit of a snag from their point of view, the two experienced other seam bowlers have done a fine job. 29 for 2. Dan Lawrence, this is his last innings at Chelmsford, and he has a delivery from Abbas which he's leaving outside the off stump. So we've gone from possibility to certainty in terms of celebrated Essex England players playing their last innings for the county at Chelmsford. Dan Lawrence, one presumes, will be involved at Northampton next week. But yeah, it's quite a momentous morning for those sort of supporters that are here in terms of what we might be seeing today.
Sun's just disappeared behind the clouds.
So 29 for 2 as Abbas bowls, and that's a bit of an extravagant shot from Dan Lawrence. That was a one-day hoik from him, but he's got it away for 4 runs, but that's much needed for the Essex point of view, down to fine leg. Rather threw the bat at that one, but he's got it away, not where he intended, mind you, but he's got a 4 from his second ball. Wesley has 10. Essex building on a first innings lead of 113, are 33 for 2. Alistair Cook out in that over for 16.
Yeah, and this will be the type of innings that suits Dan Lawrence. He will come out and be aggressive from the off, as we've just seen there, getting the ball away to the boundary.
Just an email from David Southey at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. Can you tell me how to access the BBC Sport website or app? My phone won't let me connect. Yes, normally if you download the BBC Sport app, and you can go to the cricket page and find the commentaries on there. And when we're on 5 Sports Extra, you can find us also via BBC Sounds as well, David. So hopefully that's useful information for you. And Phil, yeah, comment from yourself in Billericay.
Abbott is into Wesley. Wesley works that one away. Deep square leg fields, and they take a single.
Yeah, that question from Phil. Regarding the situation Essex find themselves in, I support the idea to open with Rossington to score quick runs. However, as Rossington was out for a duck, why wouldn't Tom Wesley persevere with the plan and then promote Paul Walter, a big hitter, rather than revert to the original batting order? Yeah, I've got sort of mixed feelings about that, Phil, because if you start really messing around with the batting order, you could find yourself 40 for 4. And you're only 150, 160 ahead, and the whole dynamic of the game potentially changes. So I think I've just got a feeling you've got to retain some sort of normality. But I take the point you're making. But it's pretty tricky against Abbas and Kyle Abbott when they're bowling well. First, morning conditions in late September.
Second ball of the over. Abbott is into Lawrence. That one's through to Brown for no run. Sunshine's made its way back out. It's just moving round the county ground now to in front of where we're sitting at the river end. So I think it is time for the denim jacket to disappear.
Kevin's looking for a replay of that last ball. Yes, a bit of movement there from Kyle Abbott, who's bowled pretty well in this game. Great stalwart of Hampshire. I remember saying a few years ago, Hampshire will never be relegated while Kyle Abbott's on the side. At least that one's been proved right.
And in he comes over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, who shuffles forward and turns that one into the leg side. They'll come back for 2 runs. There's a round of applause from the Chelmsford crowd as Essex move on to 36 for 2.
So Ben Folkes was last man out actually for Surrey to Tom Taylor, who's had a very good match, 2 for 39 to add to his first innings runs. And Surrey following on a 4 without loss, 168 behind. So it's a tricky one for Surrey, because the only way they can win probably is by being bowled out for about 250, because they can't really set Northants anything. It's an odd situation.
In comes Abbott to Dan Lawrence, who knocks that one up to mid-on for a single.
Currently 168 behind. So it would be very ambitious of Surrey to say to Northants, you can chase 100. I can't see that happening, but so there is a scenario whereby they do get bowled out with a lead of 100 and have enough time to have a go at Northants in the last hour or so. So we shall wait and see, but that game really has proceeded against expectation. This one has been a really good tussle. Hampshire showed their ability to compete with Essex at this venue last year, and they've done so again.
In comes Abbott to Wesley, and that one takes an edge, and it will run all the way for 4. Neither Wesley nor Ben Brown were quite sure where that one had ended up.
Yes, not everything coming off the middle, is it, Victoria, at the moment? But it's good bowling, and there's a little bit in it for the bowlers with this ball. First up this morning.
Fiction book, isn't it?
Essex trying to stretch this lead. 154 at the moment.
Final ball of Kyle Abbott's over into Tom Wesley, and that's driven along the floor up to mid-on for a single. Essex 43 for 2. Wesley moves on to 16. Dan Lawrence is on 7. 11 overs gone. Essex lead by 155 runs.
One thing that happened yesterday was that Durham were confirmed. It happened quite late in the day. Durham were confirmed as Division 2 champions, which is a certain inevitability about that, but congratulations to them. Look forward to seeing them back in Division 1 next year. And it looks very much like it's going to be a draw at New Road, which may yet suit Worcestershire, who started the day 21 points clear of Leicestershire in second place. 313 for 9 Worcestershire, 89 for 1 Durham. And, well, the game at Grace Road, which Leicestershire really need to win, Yorkshire 152 for 4, 74 ahead. So it still could be a result there, but Leicester need to bowl Yorkshire out. And if they win and Worcester draw, it really does all go to the last game. So long opening spells for Abbas and Abbott in the absence of Keith Barker. Mohammed Abbas, who's just removed Alistair Cook. So I think possibly to an under edge from a pull shot. As that one is hit away, on the bounce to mid-on, a sharp single, and throw comes in. That was a close run thing on 2 accounts for Wesley. First ball from Abbas, in danger of holding out to mid-on, and then a sharp single, which certainly had him scurrying for his crease. Direct hit would have been quite interesting there. I think it's Vince. And that was quite sharp. But underlying the urgency, 43 for 2. Mid-on goes back to long on. So Dan Lawrence on strike on 7. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. And he goes for a bludgeoning shot down the ground and again gets it off sort of in half of the bat. Long on moving round, making sure there's no more than one. 44 for 2 in the 12th over. It's a bit of a sort of balancing act. I can see the point of Rossington coming in to open, but I think Essex have got it right. Sort of was keeping these players certainly. Wesley, Lawrence, they can certainly get a move on. Wesley's obviously been in great form this season, and that's what they're trying to do at the moment. Here is Abbas bowls, and Wesley reaching for that, drives it away up towards long off, and because the fielders are back, there's only 3 men saving one, with another comfortable single. So it's really, this phase of the game, it's a question really of a platform being laid by Essex.
We saw Essex do that in the match here at Chelmsford back in July against Kent, when they only needed, I think it was sort of about 35 runs to win on the Saturday morning, and on that occasion Adam Rossington and Dan Lawrence opened.
Yes, that's one to remember. But that's gone through the fielder. Gubbins this time. They're going to come back for a second run. This is going to be quite tight, but the throw comes in from Middleton, and they're through for 2. Drive away into the offside, misfield by Gubbins, and they came back for a sharp second run. Score goes to 47 for 2. Yes, 113 ahead, so the only thing I had to take into account is not lose a lot of wickets quickly. They haven't done that, they've just lost 2. And they're now able to try to expand and build this lead. As the next delivery from Abbas is cut by Lawrence. That's a nice looking stroke. He's angled the bat very well there, and he'll get a 4 down to wide third man. Backward point can't stop that. And that's a boundary which will help the Essex cause. The 50 comes up in the 12th over. A little bit of acceleration coming now. These 2 bowlers have bowled from the start, so both will be due rest fairly soon. But at the moment, Hampshire really only with the 2 frontline seamers on the field, plus of course Dawson and Organ. 51 for 2, Lawrence 14 and Wesley 18.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us on commentary today. Final day of play for the season here at Chelmsford.
Blessed with sunshine, a bit more cloud now, but a lovely day. There's Abbas bowls, and again with an angled bat, Lawrence this time sends it to the fielder. I think backward point just running round. There is a third man back there now, and just going to be the 1 run. So Hampshire's first innings ending quite quickly this morning, which means Essex took a first innings lead of 113, and they are building on that now, looking to get into a position where they've got most of 2 sessions. I doubt it'll be all of 2 sessions, but certainly most of 2 sessions in which they can bowl at Hampshire this afternoon. 165 for lead, 52 for 2. Lawrence 15, and Wesley has 18.
Are we about to see some spin?
Yeah, obviously without Barker, I think Dawson would have bowled quite a bit anyway, but Vince is going to have to shuffle his pack a little bit. But I think we're always going to see Liam Dawson probably come on at around about this stage. And, interesting to see if he can get a bit more from the pitch than he was able to get when he had to bowl first on it, which is not what he would have ideally wanted to do. But now in the 3rd innings on the final day, it'll be interesting to see what he can get out of this. Remember, of course, he got that 7-wicket haul last year. That was in the 1st innings, mind you, but it shows that he can do well on this ground.
Yeah, 3 wickets in the 1st innings for Liam Dawson, that of Dan Lawrence, Matt Critchley and Paul Walter. He will bowl from the river end. It will be Dan Lawrence on strike. He is 15 from 9. In comes Dawson around the wicket. It's hit uppishly, but safely by Lawrence into the offside for no run.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to see some calculated aggression here from Lawrence.
And he awaits the second ball of Dawson's over. In comes Dawson on the back foot, and that just leapt up a bit at Lawrence as it went through to Brown.
Yes, Simon Harmer will be sort of applauding that one, because he liked the look of it, I think, from his own perspective.
Dawson to Lawrence. He turns that one round the corner. That will just drop by the square leg umpire. Essex come back for 2. Quick running applauded by the Chelmsford crowd, who want to see Essex put runs on the board quickly. 54 for 2.
Yes, and interesting to see. I say Dawson's got one to turn about quite sharply. Interesting to see how frequently he's able to do that.
Dawson into Lawrence, takes a swipe at that one, clubs it into the leg side. I think they thought about maybe turning for the second. Wesley drops his bat though, so they keep playing it safe with the single. 55 for 2.
The downside for Dawson, of course, is he can't have men around the bat, which of course he'd ideally like to be in that situation on the last day, but he's going to get his wickets through inducing batting error in much the same way as Prest was out to Harmer earlier on. So that's going to be, I think, the way he's going to try and get success here.
The lead is 168. Wesley on 18 faces Dawson, who is in, and that one's just turned into the leg side for a single as Tom Prest comes in to do the fielding for Hampshire.
Morning session, of course, 12:30 lunch, and it will be 12:30 today. We've only got 96 overs, so it sort of always makes a day feel as though it's going quicker at this time of year.
That one is hit into the leg side by Lawrence, who will just jog through for the single from the final ball of the over. 57 for 2. The lead is 170. I will make way for Kevin James.
Yes, an email about Alistair Cook's career stats. I'm not sure if he's included the 16 that he's just made, but 26,615 first-class runs, 12,472 in his 161 test matches, and his test match and first-class average are almost identical. Sometimes you get disparities between the two, but not with Alistair Cook, averaging 45 in tests, 45.35 and 46.69 in first-class cricket. Should remember he had a decent white ball career back in the day. 92 one-day internationals, 178 List A games, including very many for Essex. T20s, of course, always a bit quieter on that side of things. 32, which he managed to end up playing before perhaps deciding finally that it wasn't quite going to be his suit. but he did play quite a number. So 57 for 2, and it's going to be Abbas to continue, of course, in the absence of Barker. He's going to bowl a 7th over in this spell. He comes in, and that's played by Lawrence away out towards deep cover for a single. Yeah, so we were able to identify who Fuller was subbing for. Kevin, hopefully Keith Barker's okay.
Yeah, I think this has happened once or twice throughout the season where he just doesn't appear for a while in a particular session. I think he just has 1 or 2 little niggles, and
yeah,
I don't think it's too much of a problem. I think just every now and then it's happened.
Looked in fine fettle with the bat yesterday. That he played a good contribution for Hampshire in this game. Good tight bowling performance in the first innings, and really crucial stand with Prest as Abbas bowls. And here a pull drive from Wesley goes up towards long on for a single, and these two trying to force the pace, but still 1 boundary from Lawrence, but still finding it difficult. Good bowling from Hampshire.
Yeah, and there's a little bit in it, isn't it, with the new ball, as we've seen throughout the game.
Yeah,
it hasn't been easy, and I have to say, I know it was only 16 runs, but I don't think Alice, if it is to be his last innings here, I don't think he'll remember this with fondness. It wasn't brilliant. Let's be honest.
No,
it wasn't a great 16.
He had to play against his natural game, didn't he? And I'm glad from the crowd's point of view he did actually go out there, because that would have been an awful anticlimax. As Abbas bowls, and that's whipped away by Lawrence. Nice looking stroke, and it bisects deep square leg and deep mid wicket for 4. So is Dan Lawrence going to go out with a real flourish here at Chelmsford? 24 from 16 balls. He started very well. Wesley 20, 63 for 2, will lead 176. And as I say, we've got now, about half an hour till lunch. Essex probably won't have enough at lunch. They will bat, I think, into the afternoon, but we never know. It might be taken by surprise. Certainly looking to put bat to ball.
That was a useful shot there, and he's done some damage against Hampshire in white ball cricket this season as well, so he's a useful player if he goes into white ball mode.
Abbas bowls, and Lawrence plays a nice looking square drive away through the offside, and will collect a single out towards deep square cover. So it's an exciting day, an exciting start to the day, with the final 2 Hampshire wickets going down relatively quickly, and Tom Prest eventually out for 108 before he really made the first error of the innings. I think Kevin has been a sort of blemishless innings in that respect, and then he sort of took the wrong option against Harmer, whereas previously he sort of played some very nice reverse sweeps. He was looking to loft one away towards us basically in the commentary box, and missed it and was well stumped by Rossington. Kyle Abbott went early on to a good one from Sam Cook. Sam Cook 2 for 34. As here is a good one with good pace from Abbas, and he beats the forcing shot, attempted cut from Wesley outside the off stump. 64 for 2, 177 the lead. Wesley 20 and 25 on the board for Dan Lawrence. And so when Essex went in, Mohamed Abbas managed to get his second third ball duck dismissal of the match. First time round it was Alistair Cook, and in the second innings it was Adam Rossington, this time caught behind. Of course, Cook was bowled first time, and then Cook himself caught behind off Abbas for 16. So this is up in the block hole, nicely played by Wesley for a single out towards deep square leg as the sun just goes behind cover. Abbas at the moment has got 2 for 31 at the end of that, which was his 7th over. I wonder if he'll continue any further, or they obviously Felix Organ, I suppose, is the next option for Hampshire. 65 for 2 with Lawrence 25 and Wesley 21, and we've got about 27 minutes to go before lunch.
A couple of plugs, if I may. First one is the Hampshire End of Season Awards, which is a week tomorrow at the ballroom in the hotel. I think it's till midnight tonight for any Hampshire fans listening and watching who are thinking of going, supporting the teams, both the Vipers and Hampshire. The last chance tonight to get your tickets, so go to the Hampshire Cricket website and app and secure that. It's been a good night over the last few years and promises to be so again. And also it's that time of year where the BBC is asking for you to pick your county championship team of the season. That's just been opened. Here's Dawson coming round the wicket, and that's pushed away on the offside by Wesley. Just a single, takes the total on to 66 for 2. Go to the BBC Cricket webpage, and you've got until midday on Wednesday to vote for your Best county championship side. Of course, it has to be a usual sort of makeup of teams. You can't just pick.
It doesn't have to be entirely from these two teams.
No, I noticed Harmer wasn't in it last year, but was 2 years ago. Kyle Abbott was in it last year, to give you an example, as Dawson bowls, and that's pushed out by Lawrence to extra cover. The only fielder that is saving one. So yeah, go to the BBC Cricket website. Think of 11 players that you would make up for an 11. Can't pick 11 wicket keepers or 11 bowlers, that sort of thing. And yeah, you can vote. Get voting. As that's pushed away, square on the offside, comfortable single for Lawrence, takes him on to 26.
And if you would want to do it the hard way, trying to do it without looking at the averages, and just from what you've sort of remembered. I mean, my first pick is James Rue. That's probably a fairly common pick for everybody, I think.
Most runs, isn't he, Division 1? But hey, there you are.
I haven't looked it up, but I mean, it's just
he's got the
obvious
most
choice.
Yeah, that's right. Round the wicket, that's turned and bounced, but nicely played by Wesley out on the offside. Another single, 68 for 2. The lead is 181.
Wesley could be a case for Wesley. I think he's
definitely
getting past 1,000 runs. Could even be a case for Critchley as well.
Yeah, Liam Dawson, I think.
Yes.
Has to be said. I think he's a nomination for the PCA Player of the Year, actually, Liam Dawson. So there's a few playing in this game that have got credentials. There's a quick single out to Vince at extra cover. That's good running by Lawrence. 27 he moves on to.
Is there one for each division, or is it can be from any?
I think it's a general county championship 11. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe have a little think about that during the day and come up with some names. If it ever goes dull and quiet here, which I don't think it will, but 69 for 2. But of course, a time to reflect on the season. Just to repeat that news, quite late yesterday, Durham's winning the second division title. So well done to them.
Awesome bowls, worked on the onside this time by Wesley, and Tom Prest, who's doing a lot of running up from deep mid-wicket, keeps it down to a single again, and that will be the end of the over. So 70 for 2, Essex in their second innings, lead by 183.
Yeah, and I think you look at teams of the season and who's done particularly well. Obviously, the title's still to be decided, but. Yeah, I mean, there's probably, Surrey, of course, winning the, or in contention to be one of the sides that might win the championship. They got to finals day in the T20, and obviously, like Essex, had sort of quite similar to Essex, really. Strong in the championship, strong in the T20. Very, very mirror image seasons, really. Bottom 2 in 50-over groups. So it's, they sort of trodden very much the same path. But Durham, I think, if I was to think of a team of the season, it would probably be my choice, actually, because they have been outstanding in Division 2. And yes, harking back to those days of a dozen years ago when Essex went to Durham when they were champions, and they had a record partnership between James Middlebrook and James Foster that I watched. Didn't do Essex any good for the rest of the season, but it was a good way of making a mark, at least for a while. So Kyle Abbott has been switched with no Keith Barker. He's bowling now from the Hayes close end. That's driven by Wesley for a single. A bit of extra work for Abbas and Abbott here. And it's a single start of the over. 70 for 2. Wesley 25, Lawrence has 27.
Yeah, you get like me, I say Abbott at times because I get them too mixed up. Done that several times this year.
Certainly, they're having to. Of course, it's going to be a sort of short, temporary extra workload. That's the one thing they know, is that they're not going to be bowling a lot of overs in this innings, but they might have to bowl fairly long stints.
Yeah, they've only got 20 minutes till lunch. Sure. What's Abbott into his 7th over here? Number 27.
Abbott again comes up to the wicket and bowls, and this is just run down off the open face. And gathered in by Brown. They get another single, so the field fairly scattered as Hampshire look to limit these runs. Lead 185, obviously not enough for Essex at the moment. 72 for 2 in the 16th over with Rossington no score and Cook 16 on what may have been his final innings for Essex at Chelmsford.
Yeah, what have we got? Just under 74 overs minimum left in the day. I don't think we'll get any more than those in.
Obviously, you tend to look at the sort of the more successful sides in terms of outstanding players during the season. I think of that Surrey seam attack have done pretty well, haven't they? The likes of Worrell.
Worrell must be up there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I would have thought he'd be a contender. Lancashire's batting, although hasn't converted itself into results. Keaton Jennings when he's been fit, and Bohannon. That's driven away by Wesley, and it goes out towards third man. There's a slight fumble there by Prest, only his second mistake of the match. The first was his dismissal, and that was a fumble at third man, which allowed a second run, 74 for 2, but it's still been a memorable outing to Chelmsford for him. Wesley 27 and Lawrence 28.
It's amazing how days go, isn't it? Yesterday he couldn't put a foot wrong with the bat and batted brilliantly. Loved those comments from Tom Wesley at the end of the day, saying that was one of the best hundreds.
Did you pass those on to
I did. I mentioned it to him this morning, yeah, and he said he had heard. But there he is, a mistake with the bat this morning, and now a mistake in the field.
Yes, Abbott bowls. It's outside the off stump and goes through to Brown. Yeah, so he's sort of quite pleased now, sort of from his point of view, actually put the question in that direction about the Barker Prest stand was obviously quite important, and he then duly paid tribute to Tom Prest, and identifying a good young player, and yeah, I'm sure that was nice to hear from Tom Prest's point of view. 74 for 2. Can Prest really build on that next season? As Abbott bowls, this is sliced away just off the front foot away into the offside and stopped by Gubbins. So they get through for a single. There's a run, but more or less everywhere at the moment. 75 for 2. Wesley 28, joining Lawrence there. Lawrence will have the strike to Carl Abbott. Yep, so I'm sure a few names that people will think of that composite side of the season. It'll be interesting to see who they come up with and how many contenders there are from these two teams. But it's probably not been an outstanding. I mean, Gubbins has obviously been pretty good, but no one absolutely outstanding on the batting front this year.
Yeah, Gubbins the only one really.
Yeah. 75 for 2. Bright sunshine, little bits of high cotton wool cloud. Quite warm sunshine today as Lawrence drives again out towards deep cover and collects a single. So Surrey have battened down the hatches. They're 9 without loss in the 10th over. So looks to me as we were talking about the scenario where Surrey might get bowled out for 250 and sort of by accident leave themselves in with a shot of bowling north and south in the last session. But it's going to take them a while to get to that. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are digging in. 9 for no wicket, 163 behind after they were forced to follow on. 76 for 2. Half expect Hashim Amla on loan to come out at number 3 there. Lawrence 29 and Wesley 28.
No rush here from Hampshire, that's for sure. I missed a few messages actually, so apologies. Neil Halsworth, Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available. Good to see Mo get his averages up with another not-out performance. That was at the end of the Hampshire innings, second innings this morning. The trouble is that Mo's batting average this year is below 3. Which is about half what his career is, so he needs a few more not-outs, although he's only got 2 more chances as Dawson bowls down the wicket, worked up to mid-on, not timed really by Lawrence. His head went straight up in the air when he realised he hadn't timed that, and he moves on to 30, 77 for 2. The lead is 190. Phil the Farmer says, with Essex smelling the blood of Surrey, this could be a very interesting day's cricket. As well as Sir Alistair coming to the close of his playing days, it's worth noting, as it's pushed out on the offside by Wesley no run, that Gareth Berg has just announced his retirement as well, the former Middlesex Hampshire and now Northamptonshire all-rounder. So I might send him a message actually, Gareth Berg. That's speculation. That's in the air over mid-off, or is it? I think it is. It's going all the way. That is 6 runs, signalled by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Nice shot, Tom Wesley coming down the wicket at Liam Dawson. Good for Essex. Hampshire are trying to cut out these boundaries as much as they can, but of course you're limited by where the rope's placed. 83 for 2 and lead applause there for the 50 partnership.
And lead 4 short of 200, so yeah. They may not have to bat for that long this afternoon, but I think they will bat into the afternoon.
Yeah, 196. Message here from Adrian Thomas. Kevin James going on about Alistair Cook. That's a bit harsh. Whether he will retire after the Chelmsford match is similar to the scenario with a certain D.I. Gower for Hampshire against Essex at Chelmsford here in '93. That's turned away on the onside by Wesley. Moves on to 35, 84 for 2. No one thought Gower was playing his last superb innings that day, but he was. All right, Gower here, 93.
We'll look that up in a bit.
Yeah, now see this is time. And so this is obviously a ground for retirement, or it may be, we don't know. We think. Alistair still got time today to announce it if he wants. That's played very late and well down to 3rd. Now they run the first one quickly. Mo Abbas has done well down at the far end of the ground. Lawrence picks up 1, moves on to 31, 85 for 2 now.
I don't think today's innings would have adjusted the decision one way or the other, but as you say, he wasn't in his comfort zone, and that's partly because of the match situation.
You're right. Yes, we've discussed it at length, what he may or may not do, and that's turned away on the onside. He'll settle for a single here. Wesley moves on to 36, 86 for 2. I was saying, we've discussed it a few times, but if you're just joining us, it's just interesting whether, if he is going to announce his retirement this year, I think the feeling is, a few people I spoke to, was that he didn't really want to do it at Northampton next week. Wanted to do it here, or wants to do it here. Still time. I suppose it depends on the position in the championship, come the end of the day.
Absolutely. So, Chris, we were just talking about Alistair Cook's stats, and you've done some calculations via Quick Info, and you say he's on 49,770 career runs. So maybe the possibility of getting to 50,000 would keep him going for another season. That's interesting. And that would be a rare achievement.
I wonder how many people have done that. Here's
Abbott up to the wicket and bowls, and driven away up to cover, and no run. Last season we did I saw a countdown of the players who'd scored the most runs in all formats. So career, obviously, these days players are going to score more because they're going to play T20s and things like that. But Graham Gooch was number 1 on that list. I have to look up what his exact figure was. And Graham Hick came in at number 2 with all the sheer weight of runs that he got, particularly for Worcestershire, of course, playing a lot of limited overs cricket. 86 for 2. And that's just played away up into the offside off Abbott, but there's no run here for Wesley. And Wisden's secret, talking about Alistair Cook. Cook's white ball career has had its moments. I remember watching him make a century in a 2020 match at the Oval. I think I was there for that one. But day was doubly memorable because it was actually in the pub afterwards that you heard of the death of Michael Jackson. So, yeah, that must be
a while ago.
7, 8 years ago, something like that. As Abbott bowls and driven away by Wesley in the air, and just bounces short of backward point, and they're going to come back for a second run, and there may even be 3 there on the misfield. So that was one of those where the ball just bounced awkwardly at the fielder's feet, and it actually led to a couple of runs. Got an awkward bounce. Is it Prest down there again? I think it might be.
No, that's Fletcher Middleton. That was a teaser. That was a real teaser. That
was almost unfair on the field of that, but
I think it's come out the sun as well.
Yeah, still useful runs for Essex. It's 3 to Wesley, 39 from 40. Lawrence has 31 from 24. It's 89 for 2. Malidi's over 200. So Abbott bowls, and this is a slog sweep. An excellent shot from Lawrence. He's really picked that up and hit it away for 6 over deep mid wicket. That's about a perfect execution of that shot. Really, if he is going out in style at Chelmsford, he's certainly doing it in a memorable fashion.
Wow.
37 from 25. He just obviously doesn't want to do this next year from an Essex point of view.
What a shot
that was. A fantastic hit.
That's just a length ball just outside off stump, and wow.
Yeah, that really was a brilliant shot. Just sweeping it on length. I described it as a slog sweep. It was not really a pull, not really a sweep. It was a mix of the two, and it's just brilliantly executed. Here's Abbott bowls again. That's outside the off stump. The shot took Lawrence to 37. That was a dot ball. But now Essex really are motoring. We lead 208, 95 for 2. We've got 13 minutes before the interval. They probably, as I say, will need to bat this afternoon, but now for not that long.
Everybody on the boundary now. I think Hampshire sense that the end is nigh.
Yeah, it's part of the reason, I suppose, why Keith Barker, the feeling might have been if Keith had a bit of a niggle, there's no, didn't particularly need to come out because the other two guys wouldn't have to bowl for that long. As Abbott bowls. Oh, and that's a nice drive by Lawrence, just on one knee, driving it away towards deep extra cover and collecting his 38th run. These two proceeding very much in tandem at the moment. 38 Lawrence, 39 Wesley, and the lead is 209. It's 96 for 2, so he ran about 12 minutes to go before lunch. It's a 96 over day, so we're looking at probably being a little bit behind at the lunch interval, but all these overs will be bowled.
Yeah, as I say, Hampshire not looking to get on with this, so they're not exactly. Well, I just hope their over rate for this game's all right.
Yes, further back than I thought, be 2009 at innings from Cook.
71 overs left in the day's play as Dawson bowls, and that's worked with a flat bat by Lawrence, not timed out on the leg side, or walk through a single there, 97 for 2.
Of course, I suspect Alistair Cook had long stopped playing T20 games, probably by sort of the mid-2010s. See when his last one was, actually.
Dawson to Wesley. Wesley comes down the wicket and works that up to mid-on along the ground. Fuller below us. All field, 98 for 2, the lead is 2-11.
I do remember being at the Oval for that one, showing what he could do in that particular short form of the game.
Yeah, it looked like he was a bit out of T20 practice when
yes.
batting earlier.
Hasn't had anything for a decade.
I think out of the 38 balls he faced, he probably played and missed as many times. And wrapped on the pad, goes out in the offside. Ben Brown's quickly across, no run. Yes, it wasn't vintage Cook this morning, that's for sure.
Yes, last T20 would have been in that season actually. South Africa against England at Centurion, November 2009.
Dawson fly-tiered, always turned outside the off stump, beats the drive of Lawrence. Good delivery, just showing there's a bit there in the pitch. Simon Harmer, I love seeing that. He's already picked up 6 wickets, although he was quite expensive. 6 for 149 he picked up in the end as Dawson bowls, turned on the onside. They'll just jog through for a single. 99 for 2, the lead is 212.
Actually, his last list A game was actually at Cardiff in August 2021. Now, I'm trying to remember that there was no list A in 2020. It was just T20. So I think this would have been, with 100 having started, this would have been the 50-over competition being played in August.
Yeah. Dawson bowls, slight leading edge as it goes out behind square on the offside. Wesley moves on to 41 now, and it's 100 up for Essex. And the crowd a little earlier that were willing Essex to get every run, I suppose they're pretty happy now because runs are coming off pretty much every ball. 213 the lead.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think of team of the season, Durham outstanding in Division 2, but certainly you can make a case for Essex and Surrey, possibly to be decided between who wins the championship, simply because they both made T20 finals day, so that just adds another perspective to it. Martin on our emails says thanks very much for your comments on the commentaries. Whatever happens over the week, it's been a wonderful season in the championship for Essex. To finish above the likes of test grounds like Lancashire, Hampshire, Middlesex has been a great achievement. Well, whether finishing above Middlesex counts as a great achievement, we'll have to debate and leave that one until after lunch. But I do take your point, Martin. As Abbott bowls, and that's a big swing there from Wesley, and he's looking to hit that one into the flats, but he makes no contact, and it goes through. But I do take your point, particularly in relation, Lancashire and Hampshire certainly, 2 test grounds. Middlesex, of course, underachieving a little bit. They have really done since 2016, and they might end up back in Division 2 again, the way things are going. With the exciting climax to the championship between Essex and Surrey looming, just for me highlights how daft it is that 2 top teams only play each other once this year. And that's a very good point, Martin. Just come on to that again in a moment. It's Abbott bowls. And another big swing. Good stuff from Abbott, because he's defeating Wesley in his attempts to play big shots here. Tried to cut that, and it's gone through to Ben Brown, 100 for 2. Yes, I mean, last year, of course, Essex, Hampshire, and it's Essex, Lancashire, Surrey, and Hampshire, who were the top 3 last year, and of course, with Surrey winning it, all played each other only once. So it meant that they were playing the lesser sides twice, and sort of explain why they were the top 3, because they were able to play lots of games against the lesser side. It is slightly unsatisfactory, Martin, particularly, of course, as Essex were close to winning the only game here at Chelmsford. As this is hit by Wesley, just for a single out towards deep cover. It's good over this from Abbott so far, 101 for 2. But if they do go back to, not sure they'll go back to 8 and 10. Which is actually quite, ideal in the sense that you played every side twice in Division 1. Obviously, they moved to 10 and 8, the idea being everyone must come to the party. But the problem is that if you're being outclassed in the top division, as Northampton fan for most of the season, it's no great fun. So a return to 9 and 9, even if it means one side isn't playing in the last round of games and potentially is at a disadvantage, that's just part of the game, isn't it? It's just how the fixture list works out, and you have to get your points before that as Abbott bowls. And this is an attempt to flick the ball away by Lawrence. What a good over this is from Kyle Abbott. He's really getting the Essex batsmen guessing here, and he's had the better of them in this over, which has only gone for one run, 101 for 2. But yeah, 9 and 9 I think would mean you'd play, I think, most sides twice and just a couple of sides once. But it would just be, at the moment, it's sort of half and half, isn't it? Which is really satisfactory.
All you've done by trying to get as many teams crowded into Division 1, you've now created 2 divisions in Division 1.
Yes.
You've actually got to be a poor team to get relegated. So there's only a few teams that can win the Championship now. The rest will always finish in the bottom half of Division 1. It's just become a bit almost meaningless. You've seriously got to be a bad side now to get relegated, which wasn't always the case.
As here is Abbott up to the wicket, and this is a clubbing drive, not particularly timed by Lawrence, but excellent over from Kyle Abbott. This just a single up towards deep wicket. Question for you, Kevin, from Alan Sambridge. Are Hampshire making it too easy for Essex with the spread field, giving away 5 or 6 runs and over with no pressure? Obviously early on there was a bit of pressure on Cook and obviously Wesley at the start, but any other real tactic for Hampshire in this innings?
No, all they're trying to do is try and bat for as little time as possible. Now, if you have the field up and the ball goes over the fielder's heads for 4 or 6, you can't control that. You can control it to a point by having everybody on the boundary.
And here's a nice stroke from Wesley, but just a single, and ends I think that will be the end of an over that's only brought 3 runs, and really it was a very good piece of bowling from Kyle Abbott, 103 for 2. So we've got a recalculation here of from David of Alistair Cook's career runs, 34,033, so it's not near 50,000. And thanks for confirming Graham Gooch, who's top of that list of the most career runs in all competitions, 67,057. So a long way to go to get to that. Have to play a few more seasons yet to get to that, and it might take a while with just 14 championship games a season. 103 for 2, Lawrence 41 and Wesley 43, and we've got maybe 2 overs to lunch with one of them from Dawson.
I'm sure Dawson will try and make this the last one if he can. But yeah, you sometimes in these situations have to accept 6 and over, maybe 7 and over. It comes down the wicket and drives off a thick outside edge down to third. Wesley moves on to 44, 104 for 2. You generally work on a run of ball, and if somebody plays a decent shot, which we've seen, then okay, the odd boundary. But I think if you bring a few men up, you're looking at more than the odd boundary, and that's what Hampshire are trying to avoid. They're having to accept that it's going to be at 6 and over probably, and if some overs are better, like the last one, then great. That's hit on the leg side, down towards back of the square leg. Fletcher Middleton in behind that one. That's just a single. So, Hampshire are calculating that 6 and over at worst, or at best, really, whichever way you want to look at it. 105 for 2. It can be difficult. They would have liked to have batted a bit more this morning, which hasn't helped. It's clubbed away on the offside by Wesley. That'll be a single. 106 for 2. The lead now is 219 as we close in on lunch. As I say, it's all about not having to bat for too long at last. That's what it's all about. Reverse sweep misses taken by Ben Brown.
Bit of a recovery from Middlesex, 175 for 3. Robson 76 and Ryan Higgins 37. So they're just 19 behind Warwickshire now.
Dawson again from our commentary end. Bowles almost turned outside the off stump. Slog sweep there from Lawrence, misses. It bounces as well. Good take, Ben Brown.
He started off 2 points ahead of Kent in that relegation tussle. So if they draw that match, they're going to take 8 points from the game, which is probably more than Kent are going to get at Taunton.
Yeah. I think we are going to get another over in here, actually. Sweep from straight, wrapped on the pad. Ben Brown's appealing as he's running after the ball. Leg by, that is. That looked fairly straight, even on this angle. Not out, says umpire Stephen O'Shaughnessy. End of the over. 106 for 2. The lead 219.
Kent looking for batting points. They just got the 1 bowling point at Taunton. 105 for 5. 299 behind. So they've got a sort of balance there, trying to get to 250 and beyond, but also avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on, because a defeat would be a disaster for Kent if Middlesex draw that game against Warwickshire and build that lead of 2 points that they had going into the game. But of course, the one little dynamic to throw in, the extra little thing to throw in there, is the possibility of Northants winning. Surrey, though, have shut up shop, and they've very much made their intentions plain, with the openers still crawling along. 15 for no wicket off as many overs. And that's Burns and Sibley at the Oval after they were asked to follow on, and Lawrence with a lovely stroke off the first ball of Kyle Abbott's last over before lunch, flicking that one away between fine leg and deep backward square for 4. Lawrence going out in style here at Chelmsford for Essex. 46, can he get a 50? And indeed Tom Westley, can he add to his tremendous haul this season? Gone past 1,000 runs of course in the first innings, and ending the season in good fashion at Chelmsford in this knock. But, Dan Lawrence, he's had a better season this season than last, going out with a flourish, albeit obviously in slightly artificial circumstances with the field back. That's a delivery going down the leg side, which is not signalled as a wide in the championship. Lawrence has nothing to do with it. But yeah, Tom Westley going past 1,000 runs in the first innings of the match, and second time he's done that after 2016. He's averaging 49 at the moment, and Lawrence averaging 43. And if Lawrence can get to his 50, it'll be his second score of 50 to add to 300s. And Westley, who's also scored 3 centuries, is potentially going to get his 5th other score of 50 or more if he can get to the mark. This is hit away by Lawrence off Abbott up towards long on. Another single there, so 112 for 2. Lawrence 47, Westley 45. And this looks like being the last over before lunch. The lead is 225, so we're fully expecting Essex to bat on for a little bit longer after lunch, probably no more than half an hour, and get that lead way beyond 250. Leave themselves something in the region of 58 overs or so to bowl at Hampshire, of which probably not quite 29, but almost, maybe might be bowled by Simon Harmer. Here's a stroke from Westley, which is lofted away into the deep. There's a potential catching chance at long off, and it's taken. So there won't be another 50 for Tom Westley, but it's not going to damage his average too much, and that dismissal brings lunch. So Westley caught at long off the bowling of Kyle Abbott, and it's 112 for 3 with Westley out for 45. Lawrence 47 at the interval, and yeah, that was just an attempt really to try and force the pace. They had been, of course, during the session. Kyle Abbott's bowled pretty well actually during the morning session, and it wasn't quite there for the stroke. Just got a little bit too far underneath it on that occasion. Did Tom Westley, and hold out to long off. But satisfactory morning for Essex. I think it's fair to say that Hampshire edged yesterday, and today Essex have had a good morning session. In fact, they had a good morning yesterday, and then Hampshire sort of I think were pretty much controlled the rest of what we saw during the day. But Hampshire all out for 334. I think just adding the 12 runs this morning, with the dismissals today of Kyle Abbott for 10, bowled by Sam Cook, and then Tom Prest, who went down the pitch to Harmer, looked to loft him over long on, and was stumped by Rossington for 108 from 144 balls with 2 sixes and 15 fours. So Essex went in. They had a lead of 113 when they started, and we had Alistair Cook playing what may be his last innings for Essex at Chelmsford, and in a situation where he had to bat against his normal style because of the need for quick runs. Adam Rossington actually opened with him, but he was out to third ball to Mohammed Abbas, which rather matched what Cook did in the first innings. Alistair Cook got off the mark with a stroke into the offside, never looked comfortable in his knock of 16 before he was caught behind off Mohammed Abbas going on a pull shot. I think it was an under edge there, and Tom Westley on the stroke of lunch picked up by Liam Dawson at long off, comfortable catch off Kyle Abbott for 45, leaving Lawrence on 47. And quick word from you before lunch, Kevin.
Yeah, I think both sides will be reasonably happy where they are actually in this game. I'm looking forward to the next 2 sessions. Actually, I think this could be a cracking close.
Yep, indeed. So 112 for 3, And so yeah, both sides reasonably happy. I think Essex will be pretty satisfied overall, having bowled out Hampshire quickly this morning and got that 112 fairly quickly. They lead by 225, but Hampshire have done enough to make sure there was no lunchtime declaration. I think we can be fairly certain, and Essex will have to bat probably for about half an hour this afternoon. So join us for the afternoon's play, which will start at 1:10.
Just doing a bit of shuffling around in the commentary box, moving the equipment out of the sunshine, which has moved its way around the county ground now and is firmly facing us in the river stand. It's Victoria Polly and Kevin James with you. Nick Leadhill alongside us as well for commentary from BBC Essex, BBC Solent on the BBC Sport website and app. Essex resuming after lunch on 112 for 3. Paul Walter out there alongside Dan Lawrence, who is on 47. The wicket of Tom Wesley falling before lunch. He went for 45, so he misses out on another half century here at Chelmsford in this Essex second innings. Do you want to continue, Kevin, as you were before lunch?
Yeah, as Abbott is finishing off and over here, round the wicket from the Hayes close end, and Walter gets wrapped on the pad. Shout for an LBW. I think from James Fuller down below us, as much as anybody at fine leg. He's on for Keith Barker, who I'm sure isn't too bad. I hope he isn't anyway. I haven't found that out officially, but he's not fielding, hasn't fielded in this Essex second innings. So Essex currently lead by 225, and there are just over 67 overs minimum left in the day. All eyes that were on Alistair Cook earlier are now on when Essex may decide that they will pull out and give Hampshire a target. Here's Abbott, bowls, and Walter gets a length ball, plays it back to the bowler. And there is no run. What do you reckon, Victoria? What's? I mean, you see Essex more than I do. What do you think of their? What's their thinking here?
I think, what did we say, about half an hour maybe? Bit of hitting out these two. They can play a bit of white ball stuff, go on the attack, be a bit aggressive, and build that lead enough that it gives them something to bowl at as well. I think the most important thing at the moment we'll be seeing if Dan Lawrence can make a half century in his final appearance here at Chelmsford before he joins Surrey.
Yeah, he seems to have been overshadowed, really, his last appearance here, hasn't it, really? It's all been about Alistair Cook and now, of course, the declaration, possibly.
Dawson from the river end into Dan Lawrence, who turns that one into the leg side for a single. A few hands up in the air, shielding the eyes of the spectators in front of us. Lots of sun hats on, and hopefully a bit of sun cream as well. Might have to whip out the factor 50 in the the commentary box as well.
It's a warm one.
That's the Paul Walter on strike as Dawson is into him, and he clubs that one into the leg side for a single. 2 runs added after lunch, 114 for 3.
Hampshire's over 8 is +2. Is that 2 to the good? I can never remember which way round it is. Does that mean they're all
Positive.
right? Yeah.
As Dawson is into Lawrence, who just tries to dab that one down to third. It mistimes it, and it will roll back towards Dawson for no run.
If it is okay, it didn't feel like it was particularly quick this morning.
In comes Dawson to Lawrence, tries a couple of shuffles forward, mistimes it, doesn't get any connection, and Brown will jog back from behind the stumps to retrieve the ball back to the bowler, Liam Dawson. The lead is 227. In comes Dawson to Lawrence, who plays that one into the offside for a single, moving himself on to 49.
Just looking at these runs per over for both these bowlers operating, Dawson and Abbott, they're both going for less than 6 and over, which is a great effort when you consider that virtually everybody's been on the boundary for quite a few overs now, and they're not even quite going for a run of ball.
It's the final ball of Liam Dawson's over. He's got the left-handed Paul Walter on strike. In comes Dawson to Walter, who clips that one into the leg side for another single to keep things ticking over, and he'll take the strike for the next over as well. Essex 116 for 3, 229 is the lead.
Yeah, 4 runs off that. So again, Hampshire will be fairly happy. The overall run rate for this innings is 5, which, I don't know, depending on what Essex think they want and when they want it, that might be enough for them. We'll have to wait and see. 66 minimum overs left in the day. 229 lead, 116 for 3. Do you want to do Dan Lawrence? Oh, it's not Dan Lawrence facing, is it? Because I suppose if it's his last innings at Chelmsford, might leave that to you, Victoria.
Okay. Shall I start from this start of the over then, or do you want to? You take this one.
Go on, I'll do it. Walter, he was out away on the leg side, down towards deep mid wicket. There is inevitably a fielder on the boundary there, and Walter moves on to 3. 117 for 3. Here's Victoria.
Yeah, so that brings Dan Lawrence on to strike. He's on 49, 44 balls faced. In his final innings here at Chelmsford, announced earlier this season that he would be joining Surrey for next year, but he certainly had a good season with the bat for Essex. As in comes Abbott to Lawrence, and he hits that one uppishly. That will be his 50, a half century for Dan Lawrence in his final innings in front of the Chelmsford crowd, doing his bit to help Essex, and he receives a lovely reception from the Chelmsford fans, who not only appreciate his efforts this season for Essex, but in all the time that he's been through the club, working his way up from the academy.
Well, interesting the way he raised his bat there. It was almost apologetically. That's a little bat movement there, acknowledging the crowd as possible. Abbott's back to face, Walter's back to face Abbott. Keeps that away on the offside this time, and that's a beautiful shot. That has split the field up the hill between point and extra cover. Good shot, moves on to 7, 122 for 3. The lead is 235. 7 off 6 and 50 off 45 for Dan Lawrence. Abbott's into his 11th over. Just the 1 wicket so far. He's going into the last game of the season without actually have taken a 5-wicket bag this year, assuming he doesn't pick up a few quick wickets now as he comes into Walter. Short, tries to heave that away and misses. That's a good bouncer there from Abbott. This pitch all of a sudden looks very shiny in the sunshine and the heat. Looking totally different, certainly from a distance. I suppose that's just baking the surface a little bit more and probably making it a little bit easier for Simon Harmer to extract a little bit more come later on in this game.
But how later on remains to be seen.
Yes, I know. Vince is just having a chat with Kyle Abbott here, and they are going to... What are they going to do? No, he's decided to stay round the wicket. Oh no, he's coming over. That was the signal. Couldn't quite work it out. Coming over to Walter this time. Runs towards us and bowls, gets a good Yorker wrapped on the boot. That's a very good Yorker, almost a similar type ball that Walter got Toby Albert out, LBW, in the Hampshire first innings. It's 122 for 3 now, Essex in their second innings, lead by 236. Abbott, as I say, it's a little disappointing actually, and I haven't actually asked him about it, but I'm sure he'll be the first to say that to go through a whole season, I think he's only missed 1 championship game off the top of my head. It's unusual for him to go through a season, and certainly at this point, and not having taken 5 wickets or more. Here he comes over the wicket and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is almost off the floor trying to heave that away on the leg side. It's come off the bottom of the bat, trickles down to 3rd. Wow, didn't see too many shots like that.
Not sure he does either, the way he ran backwards down the pitch, watching where it ended up.
What on earth was going on there? He's almost both feet off the ground, trying to work that away on the leg side. He picks up 1. 51, 124 for 3. The lead is 237.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us on the emails this afternoon. Give us your thoughts on how you think this match might pan out.
I think I know what Essex fans might say, Victoria.
Or any other business. Dawson from the River End into Lawrence. Lawrence aggressively pushes that one away. Takes the single.
I tell you what, though, it's not been the easiest of pitches for Essex to force the ball away on here today.
I think they struggled in the early stages to find any rhythm, pick out the gaps as Dawson is in over the wicket to Paul Walter. That is up in the air, and that's gone for 6. Worked it away into the leg side and gets a maximum off the second ball with Dawson's over.
Not sure has that gone out of the ground? It's pretty close. Yes, so the box of balls are being brought on by James Fuller below us. That's just gone out of the ground, just over the hedge behind us. In fact, one of the spectators you'd probably see there is just looking over the hedge to see if he can see the ball. I can tell even from here you'd have no chance, because that hedge is a little too high. So good shot, short of a length there from Dawson. I don't know if he expected Walter to come down the wicket, but Walter just stayed back on the stumps and just heaved that away, and he moves on to 13 from 9. He had a stint in the 100, didn't he? Was it Trent Rockets, Paul Walter? Oh, he's trying to do the same and he's bowled. Oh, was it you? Sorry.
It was fine. You got there first.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just looked down. It's all yours, Victoria, sorry.
Yeah, Paul Walter, having hit 6 off the last ball, is bowled for 13 runs from 9 balls. Hampshire get their 3rd wicket, 131 for 3.
Good bowling there from Liam Dawson. Just held that ball back a fraction. Walter into the shot too early. I think he got Walter out in the first innings, if I remember rightly.
Yes, LBW.
Yeah, I thought so.
And the answer was Manchester Thunder, by the way.
Manchester Originals.
Manchester Originals, sorry. Wrong competition.
Is that netball?
Yes.
Yeah. Dawson's first wicket of the innings. Sun's disappeared. That's welcome relief. I haven't said that first 3 days, but it's been this morning.
So Matt Critchley, who made 99 in the first innings, it was this man Liam Dawson who took his wicket. He's the person to join Dan Lawrence at the crease for Essex.
Well, another good white ball player, so he won't be hanging around too much. It's all about Essex getting runs as quickly as possible now, but as I say, it hasn't been that easy to time. When they've tried to hit the ball on the up, it hasn't always come out the middle of the bat.
Dawson into Critchley for his first ball, an appeal from behind the stumps.
Critchley was just signalling there, let's come off his inside leg rather than the outside edge, which they were appealing for.
The lead is 244. As Dawson is into Critchley, turns that one towards square leg for a single. 132 for 4.
Sun back out. Didn't look like it was going to be away for too long. There's not very many clouds in the sky.
Dan Lawrence on 52. Dawson is into him. He pushes that one into the offside. Fielder comes in off the boundary to field for this single. And that's the end of Dawson's over. The wickets of Paul Walter falling in it. And Essex are 133 for 4.
Well, I don't know what the Essex calculation is, one can only guess, but at the moment it's approaching 250 with a minimum of 64 overs left in the game, so that's probably going to go down to, even if they declared now, that's going down to 62, so we're looking at 61, and then very quickly it'll be 60. I don't think Hampshire will want to bat for more than 60 overs, that is for sure, so I think anything down towards 55, they'll be more than happy with that, whatever the total is. As I say, it's about them not having to prod out. They do not want to spend time in this game just blocking out for a draw, so the less overs as possible. Here's Abbott from the Hayes close end, bowls. Lawrence heaves that away on the leg side. Where's that gone? It's gone up in the air. Oh, Ben Brown's under it, and he takes it. Good catch. Well, they were probably blinded by the sun there for a little bit. He was trying to heave that away on the leg side. Got a big top edge. Ben Brown running towards short, fine leg. Had to wait a while, set himself, and took the catch. In the end, he was probably just a little bit further away from the ball than he would have liked, but it safely was lodged in the hands, and that is the Essex 5th wicket to fall, and that is a very good catch. Kyle Abbott takes his second.
That is the Chelmsford goodbye to Dan Lawrence.
Not a lot in it between him and Alistair Cook. Noise-wise. I suppose seeing two batters, well, one batter you know is going to disappear, but the other one may. I suppose seeing two batters in the same game, probably for the last time, both being very, very good for the club, is, I suppose one or two people will get emotional here. You'd think.
Nick's been in touch on the emails. He says, I think Essex will give themselves 45 overs to bowl Hampshire out. We should be 300 in front by then.
45, gosh, Hampshire would take that every day of the week. Wow. I would say it might be somewhere in between that and the 60 overs or so, but we'll have to wait and see. New batter is Simon Harmer. 246 the lead currently. So Abbott now has 2 for 57 in his 12th over. Field comes in a bit actually for Harmer. There's conventional mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover and cover point. All saving a single. Here's Abbott, bowls to Harmer. Harmer, oh, very nearly edged through to the keeper there. On the walk, trying to work that away on the onside, goes past the outside edge. 2 wickets then have fallen since lunch in the pursuit of quick runs. Walter for 13. And how many did Dan Lawrence get? I didn't write it down actually. It's so bright I can't even. I'm not sure I can see anything.
53.
53, thank you, Victoria. 1 to Dawson, 1 to Kyle Abbott. Abbott's in. Bowls to Harmer. Harmer just works that to Tom Prest's left. They'll come through for a single. Takes the total on to 134 for 5. Well, we could be in for an exciting afternoon's cricket here. Essex trying to push Surrey all the way through to the last week of the season. What's the latest with Surrey? I can't remember.
21 without loss. Does that sound about right? Or is my Wi-Fi down?
Well, I think they were going slowly early before
yeah,
that,
it does feel very slow.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're not taking too many chances there by the looks of it. Abbott bowls, lovely drive by Critchley out on the offside. May look for 2 here, which they do. Out in the deep there is Tom Prest in front of the members' pavilion. And that takes the Essex total to 136 for 5. They're playing very cautiously there, aren't they? It's almost as if they're settling for a draw. Banking on you guys not winning.
Rory Burns is 10 from 66 and Sibley is 11 from 50.
Abbott turns, taking his time here. Definitely taking his time. Motorbike behind us. It's short, pulled, missed. Could take Ben Brown above his head. No, he wants a wide here. He's telling both umpires that's a wide. Look, he's saying, look, it was up there. I'll tell you what, it wasn't up there. Oh, hello. Matt Critchley not happy with that. Turned to both umpires there and was saying that's a wide. Both umpires not having it. Must be a tense situation out there a little bit. I don't think you'd normally see that. Not in normal run-of-the-mill 4-day cricket, but there's obviously a lot riding on it at the moment. The lead's 249 as Abbott bowls, and Critchley hits that in the air. This could be caught at mid-off, and he goes. And that is Liam Dawson again with his second catch at mid-off. And Kyle Abbott picks up his 3rd wicket. And Essex are 136 for 6. Critchley goes for 3.
A bit of frustration there from Critchley before that ball. He is the wicket to fall for Essex.
Again, I think we're just seeing, Victoria, that, you know, trying to play big shots here, there's a lot not coming out the middle of the bat.
Interested to see who is next out for Essex. I think it will be Umesh Yadav, and Harmer and he had a bit of fun, didn't they, when they were at the crease previously.
He batted very quickly indeed for his innings. He got half century, didn't he, Yadav? Looks as though he likes to hit the ball. We're waiting for the next batter here. It's taken a while actually, Yadav. So he's just come over the rope. So 136 for 6. We've had 3 wickets since lunch. Victoria, just got to leave you on your own for a couple of minutes.
No problem. Kevin will be back with us. Or someone will be back with me shortly. As Umesh Yadav comes out. So in the first innings, Simon Harmer made 62 and Yadav made 51. So in the short time that Yadav has been with the club, spent quite a good time at the crease with Simon Harmer. And they could certainly do with that aggression that they've showed previously to build this lead quickly and then give themselves an opportunity with the ball against Hampshire later on this afternoon. Dawson, who took that catch at the end of that Abbott over, is on to bowl from the river end. It will be Simon Harmer to face. He might already be thinking about what he can do with some spin, as Dawson is into Harmer and aggressively hits that one into the offside. Be fielded by Gubbins for a single. Plenty behind that, but with this Hampshire field so pushed back, there's not too many gaps for the Essex batters to work with. 137 for 6. Lead is 250. Dawson to Yadav. Yadav up in the air, that will be 6. First ball from Umesh Yadav, and he's hit that one straight back over Dawson, down the ground for 6 runs. 143. Yadav is well off the mark. And thankfully that ball has been retrieved. Didn't quite go as far as the river, but certainly well clear of the boundary rope from the Essex overseas signing. In comes Dawson to Yadav. He's tried that one again, and that's come our way. Another 6 runs, and I think that one has gone out of the ground, and we may well need the other box of balls. Successive 6s from Umesh Yadav. I said they might have a bit of fun here, and they're certainly trying to progress things quickly. Well, at least in the case of Umesh Yadav. Back over mid-on and away for 6 runs. 149 for 6. Yadav is 12 from 2. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch this afternoon on your thoughts on the game or any other subjects you want us to pick up within reason. As we have the ball back on the pitch, so Dawson will bowl once again to Yadav. He's gone again. It's a bit shorter this time. There is a fielder running in, and it will be caught by James Vince. He was going for a 3rd successive 6 with Umesh Yadav. He didn't get enough on it that time as he looked to hit it back over mid-on, and he's been caught by James Vince for 12 from 3. 149 for 7.
Second go because Essex are chasing down Surrey, trying to be with them next week as to who will win the title. So
Umesh Yadav has added to the score. He will depart for 12, and I think we may well now see Nick Brown, with Essex having elected to open with Adam Rossington at the top of the order with Sir Alistair Cook in what was a move to get runs on the board quickly. Nick Brown was the man to make way for that, and now he has come in as part of the lower order. He will join Simon Harmer at the crease.
That was entertaining, wasn't it? I was almost disappointed he went.
Yeah, I was there for a good time, not a long time.
Liam Dawson and Kyle Abbott both picked up 2 wickets after lunch as Essex try and look for quick wickets.
For Nick Brown, the left-hander. And Dawson is into him, and Brown has gone up in the air. There's a dive for the catch, it's missed, and then have they managed to stop this from going from 4? Yes, it's stopped on the boundary, so Brown gets the single. And that's 150 up for Essex in the second innings. Who was that out there?
I must admit.
Dawson into Harmer, slower ball, through to the keeper for no run.
Just looking, might have been Vince, was it? Or out in the deep, I think it was Prest.
It's hit up in the air from Brown, and then the dive, almost the ball went under the fielder, but stopped on the boundary, thankfully for Hampshire. 150 for 7, the lead 263.
So a minimum of 62 overs left in the game, so we are getting close to, with the change in innings now, being less than 60 overs that Hampshire will face, assuming Essex pulled out now, but they're keeping going. 263 the lead. I would say they would be looking for, I don't know, I guess now 275 lead, I would say, which is still another 12 runs away. We'll have to wait and see. They might want a few more than that, but as I say, the longer we're out in the field and the more overs chewed up, Hampshire will be the happier of the two sides. They don't want to bat for too long this afternoon. It'll be very tricky indeed. 150 for 7. Kyle Abbott, 3 for 60 from 12 overs. Again, he's going for less than 6 and over, which is ideal in this situation. You don't want overs to get out of hand. Comes in again and bowls, and Brown's trying to heave that away on the leg side and gets wrapped on the pad as it does so. I'm not sure this is Nick Brown's type of game either, really, as we saw with Alistair Cook earlier on, where you're asking batters to heave across the line to good length balls where they've been owning their skills for years about having a good technique and playing with a straight bat.
I guess he's got a bit of freedom here, though.
He has, Victoria, you're right. Sometimes batters like that, actually, freed from the shackles of having your technique tested every single ball. It's Harmer to face Abbott, way outside off stump. Harmer, I'm not sure, was in a position to play at that because he looked like he overbalanced as he left that one alone. Good bowling from Kyle Abbott, full outside off stump. Well, this might be the innings where Kyle Abbott does pick up a fiver, but I'm not sure it would be quite in the way that he would have liked. 264 the lead for Essex. Where's Harmer batting here? Look at that on the live picture feed. He's way outside off stump. You can see the leg stump at the moment. That's an interesting one. There's Abbott bowls again. It's full outside off stump. Well bowled. Good bowling that. Harmer can't do much without having a swish. It's going right underneath the bat. I wonder if Harmer will change where he's batting. This is good practice. Abbott doesn't play white ball cricket, but it's good practice for the later overs, if he was. He's having a chat with James Vince here as he walks back to his mark. James Vince looks like is he going to change the field a little bit? He's getting fine leg a little finer. Is he going to bowl another full delivery here to Harmer? I'm sure Harmer's expecting it. Does he change? This is like one day miss, like T20 now. Here comes Abbott, bowls to Harmer, who's running across his off stump and misses, trying to heave that away on the leg side. Wow. Well, unfortunately, like you guys, I was at T20 finals day in the semi-final where it got down to the last over and Harmer
hit a 6.
Smacked, yeah, a couple of sixes, was it? I think in that over of Nathan Ellis. That doesn't happen too often. But here, at the moment anyway, Abbott's got the better of Harmer. Harmer's 2 off 7. I'm loving this. 151 for 7. I don't know if Kyle Abbott is, I don't know if Harmer is, but we'll have to wait and see. As length short, cut, out on the offside. Oh, he's out, call. Down at deep backward point. Oh, is it extra cover? I've lost track because the window's in the way. It's deep on the offside. He got a good bat on it, Harmer. We'll just watch this on the live picture feed, the replay. Harmer smacks it away. And that's called to deep extra cover, cutting. You don't often see that. Well, he's actually played that superbly well. You wouldn't normally have a fielder out there. But he goes, and it's 151 for 7. 8.
And that was good pressure there, built by Hampshire with the ball. Kyle Abbott just getting the better of Simon Harmer, frustrating him. Nice shot from Harmer, but the way that Hampshire have set up this field, he's picked out the man, and he goes 151 for 8.
Nick Gubbins it was, who was normally in a conventional extra cover. This time he's an awful lot deeper. Well, Kyle Abbott, penultimate championship match, on for a fifer. Comes in and bowls, and that's wrapped Simon Cook on the pad on the leg side. They'll run 2 here. Ben Brown has an awful lot to do, running round towards mid-wicket. And I think he probably thinks that Noah Bass at deep mid-wicket should have got there before him. And he did shape to throw, but didn't risk it. And there's the declaration. You're right, Victoria. Yep, that is it. There is the end of the Essex second innings, and they have declared at 153 for 8. Just trying to work out the calculations because this is so bright.
266.
Here. 266 lead. So Hampshire will need 267 to win. And at the moment there are trying to work out how many minimum amount of overs. It's just disappeared for the moment. Oh, well, the minimum is 61. So I would say cut the wicket, a couple of overs off that. If they haven't already done it. So it's either 61 or 59. We'll wait for clarification on that. So Cook finishes on 2 not out, Brown on 2 not out, and Abbott finishes with 4 for 63. He's got to wait till the last game of the season to pick up a fifer. So the innings ends at around about 20 to 2. Well, what do you reckon then, Victoria? This is certainly game on. I think that's a good declaration. I think that that gives both sides a chance. Essex certainly need to dangle the carrot a little bit for Hampshire. Of course, if you lose a couple of wickets, that 267 to win becomes massive. But if Hampshire get away to a decent start, I don't think Essex will mind, because they'll want Hampshire to go for the total, and they'll want them to go for it from beginning to end.
Yeah, so let me take you through the Essex second innings. Adam Rossington was the first man to fall for Essex, having come in to open the batting with Sir Alistair Cook. He went for naught. Cook was then caught by Brown off the bowling of Abbas, just as Rossington was for 16. Wesley went for 45. Lawrence was the top scorer in that Essex innings, making 53. Paul Walter 13, Critchley 3, Harmer 2, Yadav 12. Those entertaining couple of sixes from Umesh Yadav. And then Nick Brown and Sam Cook both not out on 2. The bowling figures for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott 13 overs, no maidens, 63 runs, 4 wickets. Mohammed Abbas 7 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 2 wickets. Liam Dawson 8 overs, no maidens, 54 runs, 2 wickets.
So just to repeat the equation, 267, and I think those overs have been taken off now, so a minimum of 59 overs left in the game for Hampshire to get 267, or for Essex to claim 10 wickets.
Should we check in what's happening at the Oval while we wait for the players? Got Sam Cook and Jamie Porter both out on the pitch already, going through their bowling drills. Oh, my word. Surrey 26 without loss.
Snail's pace there.
Rory Burns and Dom Simply both on 13. Burns from 80 balls, Sibley from 64. "24 overs.
They're on a deliberate go slow, aren't they, Surrey? They've played very weird in that game, haven't they? Didn't bat very well up front.
I think I know which game I'd rather be watching.
Yes. Well, let's wait and see, because you never know.
Well, yes. Ask me in an hour.
So, yeah, it's good batting conditions and it's good fielding conditions, and I know we've sort of mentioned it a few times, but I think Hampshire have been on the receiving end of the worst of the fielding conditions, with the amount of the gusts of wind that were blowing for the first day and a bit, and today it's a perfect conditions to be fielding for almost a couple of sessions. Ideal for the spinners. I know it was mentioned that the Hampshire spinners sometimes were just knocked off balance a little bit, and the ball sort of coming out of the hand was sometimes not quite right because of the heavy gusts of wind that blew randomly. But I don't think there's any such excuse this afternoon. I think Simon Hartwell would still find a way no matter what. But I'm pleased for Kyle Abbott. I know it's not the way he would have wanted to have picked up 4 wickets, but it is 4 wickets anyway in the total, and sometimes you just have to do the hard yards. You have to bowl with fielders right back and batters looking to get after you, and it won't be a conventional type 4 wickets, but at the end of the day, 4 wickets is 4 wickets, and it goes on your season's tally. And I think off the top of my head, he's only taken 4 wickets once before. It might have been twice before. I had to quite look at that as I work through it. But of course, the real story is the fact that maybe, well, certainly for the last time we've seen Dan Lawrence, or the Essex fans have seen Dan Lawrence here, and certainly in an Essex shirt. Might not be the last time they see him bat here. It might be in a Surrey shirt next year here. But Alistair Cook, the guessing game continues as to whether that was his last innings here at Chelmsford. So Kyle Abbott, 4 for 39 in the first game against Notts in the second innings, and 4 for 56 against Somerset in the one innings at Somerset Bowl. So it's the third time he's taken 4 wickets, but as I say, yet to take 5 wickets this season.
Have you spoken to him about that?
I haven't yet. No, because no, just haven't had an opportunity really, because I suppose with 3 or 4 games left, there's always a chance of taking 5 wickets. But I think maybe towards the end of the season, yeah, maybe when he takes 5 wickets next week, I'll say to you, how comes it's taken so long? What's happening? But, he's been consistent actually this year, Victoria. That's the thing. It's not like I've seen him when he's been out of form in the past, where he's had spells where he's really struggled a little bit. But that hasn't been the case this year. It's just not really happened for him, really. Just one of those things.
I think Essex fans would quite like to see him take 5 wickets next week. They're already big fans of Kyle Abbott. He could...
He's already helped you out once, 2019. Who knows, he might do.
But it all depends what happens here at the county ground this afternoon.
So, in terms of Essex, how important is it, do you think, that they actually win this game? I mean, I know all wins are important, and of course if Surrey don't, but just in terms of, because they're on a roll, aren't they?
I think it would be
Essex
more,
are on a massive roll.
Yeah, 6 county championship wins in a row. I think it would be more frustrating than anything if Essex can't get a result here, bearing in mind what's happening in the game between Surrey and Northamptonshire. To have been chasing Surrey for all this time in the season, if there is an opportunity to close that gap and they haven't been able to take it, considering how much time that they've lost to weather in this game, this opportunity I think is quite important, to know you're that close. Otherwise you start looking back at times earlier on in the season, like the game here at Chelmsford when Essex played Surrey, and if it wasn't for a bit of rain around then, Essex probably would have gone on and won that game. There's sort of things like that come into it from earlier in the season, where you start to look at it and say, oh well, if we could have done that then. I don't think they want to be in this position with this game going into next week, when it could all be set up for the final game of the season.
Could all be very exciting, couldn't it, really? Very close contest, where for a large part of this season, really, I think everybody thought that Surrey were so far out in front that it really wasn't much of a championship campaign this year, but Essex have begun to sort of make that prediction look a bit silly. You're unbeaten here this year, couple of draws in the first couple of games and then 4 wins on the trot, and as you say, on a fantastic winning run, which has really put Essex, who knows, come 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight, has put Essex in with a real shout of claiming the title, certainly putting pressure on Surrey. So, the photographers are out again, you see. Alistair Cook in a huddle with his teammates. The final photo, maybe. They've had the photo of Alistair Cook walking down the stairs with a bat, maybe for the final time. Now they're taking one with him in a huddle for the final time. Is there nothing that Alistair Cook might do for the final time that won't be snapped?
A couple of nice slip catches, maybe.
Oh, well, there you are. Yes, might very well be. So the Essex team walk out into the middle. The roller, we've had the heavy roller on here. So that, well, I'm not great with rollers, but normally that compacts the surface even more, which might make it a little deader initially, but actually might help it break up a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think in the initial overs, and maybe for a little while, the wicket might actually be a little bit more dead and actually a little bit more pace taken out of it. I think that's the theory. I've never been a great one with rollers.
Quite fun to go on, but...
Yes, that's about it. And I don't know about you, but I've never even been on one. Have you?
I have,
actually. No, I tell a lie, I have. Yeah, sorry. You have?
Yeah. Not here.
No.
But clubs
Did they not allow you on here?
I don't think I've ever asked, but I don't think...
On the club ground then?
Yes, yeah. Not a high-tech roller like that, though.
Was it a push? Well, it wouldn't have been a push one, otherwise you wouldn't have been on it. But
just a very rusty...
Yeah. Of course, you have to be careful as well with rollers, because if the wicket is a little bit wet, the soil just sticks to the roller, so you have to be careful, don't you? You can't just put the roller on any old grassy surface. All yours?
Thank you very much. Jamie Porter to bowl for Essex, the first over from the river end. Toby Albert taking strike for Hampshire. Porter is in, and that is out into the offside. There were shouts of catch. It ricocheted off the fielder in close and is going to be retrieved on the boundary by Paul Walter as Hampshire come back for 2.
Well, that's not a great early sign. He's trying to work that away on the onside and gets a leading edge. I don't want to see too many of those early on.
So 2 on the scoreboard for Hampshire. As Porter comes in over the wicket to Albert. This time he does manage to turn that one away into the onside for a single.
Well, Porter was wicketless in the first innings. I thought he bowled quite well, actually. But I guess there's not been too many innings this year where he hasn't picked up at least one. He's well over 50 wickets this season in the championship. Just having a look exactly now. It's just so bright in here. 53.
Third ball from Jamie Porter, and he comes to Middleton, who gets back down on that one. No run.
Do you know what, I'm looking at the Essex over rate in this game. Look at that, +10. God, they can really slow the game down here and not have any worries about that. Don't think I've ever seen that before, that high. The run rate required, if you're trying to work it out, by the way, mathematically, is 4.5 and over.
Have you worked that out mathematically?
It's on the board.
Jamie Porter is into Middleton, who's forward and defending, no run. Applause around the Essex field. Plenty of energy at the start of this Hampshire chase.
Yeah, it's nice when it's on the board. It does help a little bit. That doesn't sound a lot, and it may not be if Hampshire don't lose too many wickets early on, but that may become a bit of a problem if Hampshire slip to something like 30 for 3 or what have you.
In comes Jamie Porter past the umpire to Middleton, who just moves his bat out of the way, lets that one through to Adam Rossington for no run.
Well, Fletcher Middleton played quite nicely. In fact, they both played quite nicely in the first innings. put on. Let's try and work it out. They put on
68.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, it's quite tidy. Quite a tidy 68 opening partnership.
And it is Middleton who is on strike as Porter is in, just halts his run up, dead ball.
Yeah, 39 to Albert, 47 to Fletcher Middleton, steady. As Hampshire look to find a opening partnership combination that will take them into next season.
Sunshine right over us now at the county ground as Porter turns on his mark, moves past the umpire, in comes to Middleton, fuller ball, worked off the toes by Middleton. It's being chased by Sam Cook. I don't think he will get there, and that will be the first boundary. 4 runs, moves the total on to 7.
Nice looking shot. Dave Allen has messaged me. Hampshire's historian, archivist. Simon Harmer starting today, having bowled around 530 wickets already, and I think he's the only Division 1 bowler to have bowled even 400. Bowled? Mo Abbas now 383. Must be a number of wickets. 530 for Harmer. And as mentioned earlier, it was over 30 wickets in 2.5 matches, plus whatever may come up later on this afternoon. He's been a real handful for Hampshire here over the last 2 or 3 seasons. So Sam Cook from the Hayes Close end. Oh, the locals are starting to get a bit loud, 1 or 2 of them. Sensing an Essex victory. 260 to win from here, minimum of 58 overs as Cook comes in. And bows to Albert. Albert's forward. It's gone out into the covers, and there is no run. Albert's 3, Middleton 4. This could be a long day. I think we'll get all the overs in today. I don't think there's any interruptions for rain, Victor. I think the weather forecast, was it okay? I think it is.
It was. I mean, Nick's our expert weather forecaster.
Oh, gosh,
but
right.
I don't think there was any danger of any real rain.
Not heard. Lovely shot through mid-on. Toby Albert, nice stride into that. It's going for 4 at the far end. Nice straight on drive from the youngster. Takes him on to 7. Just looking at my weather app just to double check. I've not heard anybody talk about the weather, which usually is a sign that it should be okay. Yeah, my app says fine throughout. So if this game does get close, and usually when games get close on the 4th day, in terms of the over rate slows down and we go deep into the evening, I think we'll be okay. Won't want that spoiled by bad light or rain. As Cook comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Albert leaves alone. So, talking about the opening partnership for Hampshire, it's Fletcher Middleton, who's been doing it all season. He's done a pretty decent job. Still looking for his first 100 though, which would round off a pretty solid start to his championship opening batting career. Toby Albert has been charged for these last 3 matches to be his opening partner. He's had a steady start to that as well, but looking for the first half century. Down the leg side, oh, they're appealing for a caught behind and he's gone. What a diving catch that was from Adam Rossington, one-handed, full stretch. And Albert might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky, and the first wicket has fallen, 11 for 1.
Wow, Adam Rossington, how far did he have to dive there one-handed to take that catch? Just watching the replay on the screen. Full stretch, like a goalkeeper, diving away to his left-hand side, Adam Rossington. Essex getting a very important breakthrough early on here at Chelmsford.
I wonder he threw the ball up the minute that he stood up. Gosh, that is a absolutely superb catch. You don't see full stretch, diving, taking off. You don't always see those sticking in the gloves. Cool, he'll savour that one.
Took a fantastic catch at the end of the game here against Middlesex just a couple of weeks ago to win that one. And he's helped Essex get the first wicket here in the Hampshire second innings.
So Nick Gubbins walks to the crease, didn't last long against Simon Harmer in the first innings, caught in the gully for 1. Caught by Matt Critchley. I think he'll be quite pleased actually that, probably not pleased that he's walking out so early in the Hampshire second innings, but probably pleased that for maybe several overs anyway, and however many several overs is, he won't actually have to face Harmer. So he'll get a good look at the ball, assuming he doesn't get out in that time, before Harmer comes on. It's round the wicket, Cook legs the ball, Gubbins plays that off an inside edge on the leg side. Rossington comes around to his right, but Gubbins picks up a single. Hampshire 12 for 1, needing another 255. Just over 57 overs left in the day. Wow. Adam Rossington, I'm sure he's telling everybody in the slips about that catch still. I'll be bored of hearing about that later on in the day, I'm sure. Well, I was at full stretch, you know. God, didn't think I was going to catch that, but I did. Here comes Cook, bowls forward. He's Middleton out to backward of point. So an early wicket there for Sam Cook. He's over. His first over in the game. Concedes 5, but he picks up the wicket of Toby Albert.
At the Oval, Surrey are 32 without loss.
What is going on? They're on a go slow.
Burns 18 from 89, Sibley 14 from 78.
How many overs have they faced for that, Victoria?
28.
What? Mind you, Sibley, let's be honest, Dominic Sibley isn't the prettiest of batters to watch. He might be in his element. He's probably been told, play at your own pace here, Dom. And he said, oh, yes, please. And then, well, he's about 1 and over at best, isn't he? So, oh gosh, but that's not great watching.
Jamie Porter to continue from the river end. Gubbins on strike. Porter is in. Fuller ball, worked away past the square leg umpire. It's been chased to the boundary by Yadav, who dives and keeps the ball inside the rope. Good work in the field. Out in the deep. And that keeps it to 2 runs added to the Hampshire score, 14 for 1.
So they're almost leaving it too late. If you guys win this game, sorry you're leaving it too late to react. They won't be able to react, will they? They'll have to accept that you guys are hot on their heels going into the last week of the season.
In comes Porter, past the umpire to Gubbins. He works that one into the leg side for no run. Fielding done by Sam Cook, who's got his floppy sun hat on.
Now today is a day for sun hats. We saw Keith Barker on day 1, I think, wearing a sun hat. Did well to stay on his head, let alone the fact that there was no sun.
In comes Porter to Gubbins. He's forward in defending that one for no run. Aside from the Essex interest that we obviously have here on BBC Essex, it would just be really nice for the county championship if it all did go down to the wire, wouldn't it?
I agree.
Good for the neutral.
I agree, especially for, as I say, you know, for a few weeks really, it always looked, well, more than a few weeks I think, it always looked like it was Surrey's title to lose. And it didn't really feel like a close championship this year, but with Essex on this magnificent run, they've just pulled closer and closer and closer. They can get really close come tonight. Three's up that side of the ground. Wicket cut a little bit to the left. Big boundaries down towards the pavilion. But that's not a particularly big area out there, so good running. Yeah, Nick Gubbins averaging 50, just over 50 this season. Which is top run scorer. He'd have to get a reasonably big score today to pass 1,000, but certainly has a chance next week.
Porter into Middleton, who's defending that on with a straight bat. It loops up in the air and drops for no run.
In fact, I make it 78. If he gets to 78, he's got 1,000. So Mind you, an innings of 78 from him today would make the game very interesting. An innings of 78 from anybody will.
In comes Porter to Middleton, played back along the floor to the bowler. And that's the end of Jamie Porter's over. 17 for 1, 250 required.
And a minimum of 56 overs left in the day. Porter's bowled 2 overs now, none for 12. Alistair Cook's carrying the helmets, look at that.
As always.
Does he always do that?
He always does, yes.
Is that his job?
There's no special treatments for nights out on the pitch for Essex.
Dickie Davis has just walked in the box. Hello, Dickie. He was with us for the first 3 days. You didn't miss much with Alistair Cook's innings. It was not memorable. 16 he made, and yeah, it wasn't his most fluent. Here comes Cook round the wicket, and it's turned away on the leg side by Gubbins. No run though. Score remains on 17 for 1. To be fair, Darren Lawrence's innings was more memorable. But I'm not sure he'll be remembered for this being his last day. 54, Darren Lawrence. Had some very handsome shots. I think the slog sweep of Kyle Abbott, which went, I think, out of the ground, actually, or pretty close to him. That was a shot and a half. Gubbins forward, plays that out on the onside. And again, there's no run. So, just a reminder that Essex declaring on 153 for 8. Leaving Hampshire 267 to win off a minimum of 59 overs. And the way the weather... Oh, look at those 2 ice creams just going past the window. Look at that. They're huge. With a flake in as well. Here comes Cook outside the off stump. Nice bounce, but left alone by Gubbins. He better be quick there, because it's so hot out the front there that they ain't going to last too long. How good... He's got... Actually, one's got 2 flakes in. How greedy is that?
Oh,
it looks like a
good
double...
idea to me.
Well, they both got 2 in, actually. They both look like double helpings.
They're sort of on the wonk a bit, though. I'm worried.
Well, this is it. That's why they won't last long. It's one of those that when you sit down, it all ends up in your lap. You have to be careful.
You've become somewhat an ice cream expert on the commentary this season, haven't you? You're our official ice cream correspondent.
It's just that I wish I was eating one of those. Gubbins is forward, almost comes down the wicket as he plays that out into the covers. Another good length delivery. Yeah, there are certain occasions where certain people walk past with a certain types of food, and you think, that's quite like that, and that was one. I felt like I could almost like reach out and grab it off him, and then quickly close the window so he couldn't get in and grab it back.
I might go round there when I'm...
Are you going to have one?
Maybe.
He's been here every day, the ice cream man. I'm sure he is a man, so I'm not being sexist. Forward is Gubbins. That's pushed out towards extra cover this time. I should imagine that whatever he's selling today would be about 10 times what he sold in the previous 3 days. Although I have seen people from time to time in the rain lining up for an ice cream. I should imagine there's a queue there now. Good crowd actually now, isn't it? Decent crowd. Around mainly this end of the ground. On the top tier. Is that they still need another 250 runs. 2 overs, 1 for 5 for Cook. Picked up the wicket of Toby Albert. Well caught by a diving Adam Rossington down the leg side to Toby Albert. I'm sure he's sitting in the dressing room thinking, how unlucky is that? And there are a minimum of 55 overs left in the day. The run rate required just over 4.5.
And as Simon Harmer comes on to bowl from the river end, I'm going to make way for Nick Ledhill.
Oh, what timing. I'm sure you would have loved to have been on still with Simon Harmer on, but Simon Harmer, you do feel, not for the first time, that he is key to an Essex win here. Didn't have it all his own way though. Did pick up 6 wickets. There's the crowd. He's got the crowd going already. But they did cost him 149 runs in the first innings. Here he is then over the wicket. He's bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Forward, gets wrapped on the pad there as he does so. And if I remember rightly, Nick Leardhill, Fletcher Middleton faced a large part of Simon Harmer in the first innings.
Yeah, probably more than he would have liked initially, but he battled through, didn't he? And, you know, if the Hampshire players can get these 40s again that they got first time round, it's going to be quite useful.
There he is, says Harmer bowls. Middleton goes for the sweep shot. I think we'll see a few of those this afternoon, as we did in the first innings. There was a fielder on the 45, so there's no run.
So calculations are 15 points the gap between Surrey and Essex at the moment. If both draw, it stays at that. If Hampshire win and Surrey draw, 4-point gap.
Okay. Harmer bowls. Sweep shot again. It's in the air, top edge, and it's just about safe as it bounces away. There are two fielders out on that leg side. Fletcher Middleton getting a top edge. That's the bounce of Harmer that means that a lot of these sweep shots, as we saw in the first innings, they're not out of the middle of the bat.
Then, yeah, 4-point gap. If both sides win their final game, 4-point gap's probably enough. Unless, of course, the Ageas Bowl serves up the same sort of pitch that we have for the Essex game, where all the scores are between 100 and 200, and Essex get maximum batting points at Northampton. But I think it'll be a flatter one than that.
We shall have to wait and see. 18 for 1. It's Gubbins. Faces Harmer. First sweep there, Gubbins misses. Well taken, Adam Rossington.
Yeah, it's still a lovely afternoon. The weather's meant to stay fair. Some sort of banks of cloud, but you know, it's mainly blue sky, isn't it? Some cloud over at the Hayes Close end.
It's very warm indeed. There's a sweep shot off the bottom of the bat. It's gone out to mid-wicket. Have to hurry here, Fletcher Middleton. I think Gubbins was looking to hit that square. Because it's off the bottom of the bat, it's gone out to mid-wicket, so they did have to scamper through a bit.
And of course, from Hampshire's point of view, they'll be keen that Warwickshire don't beat Middlesex, particularly if they don't win this game here. And Middlesex still doing okay, 227 for 4, 33 ahead at the moment, and Sam Robson is 93 not out.
Lovely shot there, Fletcher Middleton driving through mid-off. There isn't a mid-off, there's an extra cover. And that's a beautiful shot to finish the end of Simon Harmer's first over, and that first over went for 6. Middleton moves on to 9, 23 for 1, 244 needed.
Warwickshire started this round 4 points behind Hampshire. Lancashire were 7 behind Hampshire, but we know that the Lancashire game is going to reach a soggy end, sadly, because it's been raining again at Old Trafford, and they're still midway through the first innings of the match between Lancashire and Notts, so neither side are going to make great progress there. But yep, Surrey 38 without loss. It looks like they're really battening down the hatches there. 31 overs, so I suspect it'll be a more interesting afternoon for the spectators here than there. You never know. 23 for 1, and here is Cook coming into bowl, and that's played by Gubbins back down the pitch, and there's no run. So that wicket for Sam Cook gives him 47 for the season, 1 for 5 in 2 overs and 1 ball, and 23 for 1, only in the 6th over. 244 more needed for Hampshire. Very fair declaration, I thought, and it set the game up. Of course, if Hampshire were to win and Surrey were to draw, it would look rather bleak for Essex going into the last week. There's so many permutations. We'll keep an eye on them. 3 slips waiting as Cook bowls, and Gubbins just covers up. He could be a key man this afternoon for Hampshire. Just plays that defensively. Missed out in the first innings, but he's got a good average this season. Doesn't often miss out twice in the same game. He could be, you feel, quite a key man if Hampshire are to get close to this target. It's not particularly daunting, is it? 244 to win. We've got a minimum of 53 overs left. But you imagine that Harmer will bowl roughly half of those. As Cook goes around the wicket and bowls, and Gubbins just comes forward and plays back down the pitch, and Cook field well in his follow through. But I suppose the one thing about this game, we perhaps sensed it would be a pretty good game.